Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Bapak Ibu participants of the International Conference on Gender, Culture, and Society. Welcome to the panel sessions in room 4 on the second day of our international conference. My name is Rifki Dermawan, and I will be the moderator for this session. So in this session, we have 7 presenters from 4 different universities. We have speakers from Universitas Sumatera Utara, from Universitas Andalas, from Universitas Hasanuddin, and also from Universitas Riau. So before I open the floor for the first speaker, I would like to read the guidelines for the rules regarding the presentation. The first point is about the time duration. So each presenter will have 7 minutes for the presentation. So the maximum time is 7 minutes. I will remind the speakers if the time is already close to the 7 minutes, and then according to the rules, the moderators is also can interrupt or stop the presentation if it already exceeds 7 minutes. And during the presentation, you may choose if you want to present in English or in Bahasa Indonesia, but it is highly encouraged for the speakers to use English during the presentation. And then, based on the schedule, the Q&A session, we will put Q&A session right after the 4th speakers, which means it is after Ibu Masdiada. We will have a Q&A session, and the second Q&A session will be at the end of all presentations. So after all presenters present their presentations, we will have the second Q&A session. Oh yeah, that's okay, Bo. Yeah, that's okay, Bo. So Ibu will be the first speaker, right? Okay. So yeah, I think that would be all for the regarding the rules and regulations for our presentation. To start the discussion, I will invite our first speaker. We have here the presenters is Ibu Prof. Rita, Prof. Rita F. Dalimunte, Ibu Arlina Nurbaiti Lubis, Ibu Aprinawati, Bapak Muhammad Bangun Siregar from Universitas Sumatera Utara, will be presenting the research paper titled Digital Transformation as a Mediator Between Organizational Ambidexterity and Competitive Advantage in Women-Led Enterprises. Yeah, you may have the floor, Ibu. I think it should be at front, di depan ya.
Transformation. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to say thank you very much for the opportunity given to us to present the result of our research. And actually, it is an honor for us to be able to present the result of our research at this valuable forum. Ladies and gentlemen, the title of our research is Digital Transformation as a Mediator between Organizational Ambidexterity and Competitive Advantage in Women-Led Enterprises. Before I start the presentation, I forgot I want to introduce the teams of our research. The research team consists of Prof. Rita F. Dalimunte. Actually, she is the head of this research teams, and myself, Arlina Nurbaiti Lubis, Aprina Wati, and Muhammad Bangun. We come from the Economics and Business Faculty, Universitas Sumatera Utara. Okay, like I said before, digital transformation as a mediator between organizational ambidexterity and competitive advantage in women-led enterprises is our research title. The research background consists of digital imperative and the strategic challenge that face business, specifically micro, small, and medium enterprises. For the digital imperative, we can see that digital technology has fundamentally disrupt global business operations. So static competitive advantage are no longer sufficient in dynamic markets. So organization must be agile, innovative, and resilient to survive. At the other side, the strategic challenge that MSMEs face in the dynamic change of the environment business, organizational ambidexterity becomes crucial. Organizational ambidexterity is balancing exploration, innovation, and exploitation is about efficiency in using resources of the company. Particularly challenging for women-led micro, small, medium enterprise in developing context, and resource constraints and structural barriers limit competitive advantage. Achieving ambidexterity actually is inherently difficult, especially for small business, because we can see that can face resource limitations, rigid structures, and limited change management capabilities. So organization require enablers actually that support both strategic exploration and optimization of the resources. So that is where they have to implement ambidextrous strategies effectively. Our research background also is about the research gap that we found. Previous studies examined ambidexterity and digital transformation separately. However, little is known but about how digital transformation mediates the link between ambidexterity and competitive advantage. So this study focuses on women-led enterprises in Indonesia, which often face structural disadvantage. So the purpose of this research is to investigate whether digital transformations enables ambidextrous firms to achieve stronger competitive advantage. The theoretical use in this research is about organizational ambidexterity, digital transformation, and of course, competitive advantage in women-led enterprises. Organizational ambidexterity is the capability of the small medium enterprise company to use simultaneously exploratory innovation and exploitative efficiency. So they have requires structural flexibility and cultural openness. Digital transformation, fundamental integration of digital technologies into all business area beyond to adoption represent strategic repositioning. And competitive advantage is overcoming gender-specific barriers through innovation, leveraging digital tools to compensate for structural disadvantage. This is our structure model. Oh no, yes. Now, from the structure, we can see that our research have 4 hypotheses. Yeah, and then this is our research methodology. Yeah, yes, okay. Quantitative explanatory, yeah, and the sample is 108 woman-led MSc in Indonesia, and we use SAM-PLS for analyze the data. Okay, I think this is the structure model. Next. Yes, this is the structure model result that we can see all proposed hypotheses are strongly supported. Hypothesis 1 and hypothesis 2, very supported with the result. Structural equation modeling. Ambidexterity is powerful driver, significantly enhancing both competitive advantage and digital transformation. Hypothesis 3, digital transformation directly and significantly improves competitive advantage. Yes, digital transformation acts as significant partial mediator, proving it's a key mechanism that translates ambidextrous capability into performance. So the conclusion is the model is validated and digital transformation is a critical strategic catalyst for women-led enterprises. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Arlina, for the insightful presentation. Now we will proceed with the next speaker. We have Ibu Rika Handayani from Universitas Andalas. She will present her research paper titled Psychological Impacts of Patriarchal Dynamics, a Feminist Psychological Analysis of Young Female Characters, Struggles in Mindy McGuinness, the Female of the Species. Ibu Rika, you may have the floor. Okay, silakan Ibu. Yeah, thank you, Ibu.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Bapak Ibu and the moderator. So today I would like to present my research, and the title is Psychological Impacts of Patriarchal Dynamics, a Feminist Psychological Analysis of Young Female Character Struggles as seen in Mindy McGuinness, the Female of the Species. Okay, this topic is a little bit different from the previous presenter. As my background, I'm the researcher of the literary studies, and then so the object of my research is literary work, in this case a novel. Literary work is one of the powerful and strategic media, to present the problematics of gender issues. And then one promising genre of literary works that can be used to demonstrate the spirit of gender equality is young adult literature. Many authors of young adult literature have voiced their ideas regarding how the patriarchy operates, and then how we struggle for the gender equality, and then what about the myriad impacts of gender-based inequality. Search, I choose the novel written by Mindy McGinnis, and then this is young adult literature. And The Female of the Species by Mindy McGinnis is a young adult literature. And you know, this novel has received prestigious awards like Goodreads Choice Award nominee for young adult fiction in 2016. And it also won American Association Top 10 Best Fiction for Young Adults and Lincoln Award nominee in 2020. Next, please. Of course, there are several reasons why I choose this novel. This novel demonstrates how female characters struggle under the dominance of male characters due to the patriarchy. And then the second one, the patriarchy leads to the psychological impacts of female characters. The psychological issues matter, so that's why I questioned what kind of psychological impacts experienced by the female characters due to the patriarchy. As you can see, Bapak Ibu, specifically this research scrutinizes two issues. The first one, I will reveal the relation between the victims and the agents of patriarchy. And then the second one, I will examine the psychological impacts experienced by the female characters due to the patriarchal dynamics as seen in the novel. Next, please. For the research methods and the theoretical frameworks or theoretical lens, this is a close reading analysis. In this case, I just focus on the text itself, and then for analyzing this novel, I also conduct a library research. In this case, I disregard other external data, while in other words, I focus on the text itself, in this case, this novel. Regarding the theoretical framework, I apply three theories. The first one, of course, we have to know what patriarchy is. And I refer to Sylvia Wolby's patriarchy. And previously, the patriarchy refers to the power of the father, where the father is the ruler in the family. But then when the feminist movement concerned with this issue, and then the patriarchy then become how the domination of men towards women. And then the second one is Karen Horney's theory of feminist psychology. There are many feminist theories, and one of them is feminist psychology. The reasons why I choose this theory, because Horney proposes three psychological impacts towards women. And then the psychological impacts are the approaches conducted by the women, and then the second one is the avoidance, and then the last one is the confronting. The last theory that I refer is K.T.G. Short's young adult literature. Young adult literature is the literary work or the literature that depict the life of the adolescents, and where the dynamics of the life shown in the novel. And then I think young adult literature is one of the tools that can voice the spirit of gender equality. Next, please. Okay, Bapak Ibu, regarding the results, I have divided into two. The first one, my concern is the the victims and the agents of patriarchy. From this research, I found that the victims of patriarchy are the female characters. And then the second one is the agents of patriarchy. This novel depicts that the agents of patriarchy are the male characters. And then when the patriarchy operates, it brings about some psychological impacts, as you can see. The first one is the female characters do some kind of approaches, and then confrontation, and also the avoidance. Next, please. Okay. The victims of patriarchy are the female characters who suffer from the dominance of male characters. This novel highlights the themes of rape culture and then violence. And then the agents of patriarchy are the male characters who have power over female characters. Next, please. And then the psychological impacts, as you can see, approaching, and then also confront, and also avoid the others. Next. As the conclusion, Bapak Ibu, we can voice gender equality, and then one of them is through literary works. And therefore, we are the researchers. We have responsibility, to analyze the literary works and publish our research. Therefore, we can, hope for the better condition for the gender equality. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much, Ibu Rika Hendaini, for the amazing presentations. Now we will proceed with the next presenters. On the list, we have Ibu Fitania Yulia, Ibu Anissa Anindia, Bapak Muhammad Taufan, Bapak Muhammad Sabir, Ibu Lurvia Buatika Inka from Universitas Andalas. Is Ibu Fitania or the representative of the team is already here? Not yet, I think. So we can move to the next speakers. On the list, we have Ibu Masdiana, Ibu Prasuri Kuswarini, and Bapak Burhanuddin Arafah from Universitas Hasanuddin. Ibu Masdiana will be representative, representing on the research team, with the research paper titled Gender Perspective in Literary Translation of Female Translator. To Ibu Masdiana, you may have the floor.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Bapak Ibu. Thank you for joining this session, and thank you for this opportunity to present my work. This presentation is entitled Gender Perspective in Literary Translation of Female Translator. We chose this topic because literary translation is not only a linguistic activity, but also a cultural and ideological practice where issues of gender become very visible. Okay, this presentation will discuss how gender and language intersect in literary translation, with the focus on the choice translators make and how those choices impact the representation of gender. So as we can see from the title, this presentation is about exploring gender perspective in literary translation. But before we dive into specific cases, I'd like to start with something very fundamental, that language itself is never just a tool for communication. It actually shapes and how we see the world, including how we define social roles and gender identities. And when we move from one language to another, this shaping effect does not disappear. Okay, translation therefore is never a natural act. It always carries cultural values and ideologies, and that makes it so important to look at translation from gender perspective. Okay, literary texts are closely linked to gender ideology. When these texts are translated, gender representation can be reinforced, challenged, or even weakened. Female translators in particular can bring a unique perspective to this task, consciously or unconsciously reshaping how gender appears in translated text. This is why gender in translation is a crucial research subject. Okay, this is the theoretical framework by Sherry Simon in gender translation argues that translation is a cultural transfer shaped by power relations. And then there's also Barbara Goddard also highlighted strategies like for grounding female voices and resisting sexist language. This perspective shows us that translation is not invisible but a political act. One can resist or reproduce patriarchal ideologies. Okay, translators are not neutral. Every decision they make reflect an ideological stance. Okay, okay, I show the case. Okay, my discussion focus on literary translation through a gender lens. Specifically, I will show how certain word choice and subtle semantic shift impact gender representation. Translation is not only about meaning; it also transmits cultural assumption by examining French to Indonesian translations, we can see how translators' decision reveal or reshape gender ideologies. Okay, let me show some case. Okay, first example can be seen in the, this is the work of Pabe Irene Mokoginta, translation of the novel Sang de Sabour, Pierre de Patience ini dalam bahasa Perancis, where the word l'homme, ada kata l'homme di situ, is used in French. This word usually means man, but the Indonesian translator make it in the husband. The husband. This demonstrates how the translator position man as superior better in her translation. This choice even frames the character through social status rather than individual identity. This demonstrates how translation can reinforce cultural values in about gender. The second example is the word demoiselle. In French itu diterjemahkan by Ida Sundari Hussein, Ibu Ida Sundari Hussein, translation of novel L'Ingénue. This term neutrally refers to a young unmarried woman. However, in Indonesian, it is translated as spinster, perawan tua, a highly stigmatizing term implying an unmarried woman past in the desirable age. Here, the translator's choice introduced her social stigma while the original version is neutral. This demonstrates how gender ideologies and the target culture shape the representation of women in translation. Okay, these examples show us that even small lexical choices can carry strong gender implication. But what exactly do these choices mean for how we read and interpret the text? To answer this, we need to go beyond description and consider broader implication. Okay. So, the conclusion. Okay, in conclusion, this representation has highlighted that translation is not simply about transferring words from one language to another. It is an ideological and cultural act. Language itself shapes social and gender roles. And when translators make choice, they inevitably carry these values into the target text. By examining this example, we have seen how even the smallest lexical decision can shift meaning, reinforce or challenge the stereotypes, influence how readers understand gender identity. This is why adopting a gender perspective in literary translation is so important. It allows us to recognize translators as active cultural agents who not only transmit but also receive meaning. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ibu Mas Diana. So we have heard 3 presentations so far, and then on the schedule, we are moving on to the Q&A session, the first Q&A sessions. So if Bapak Ibu here would like to ask questions to the previous presenters, feel free to ask questions. Yes, we have one question from Ibu Rika. Yes, please, Ibu.
When we, let's say me as a parent, Ibu, when I choose the translated books, and of course because we have that kind of background knowledge regarding how translation can produce and reproduce, the stereotypes, for example, and have you conducted research on, let's say, specific genre, for example, children's literature? And because I think this, it also becomes a concern for us that even for young adult literature and then children literature, we have to consider whether the translation really glorify the gender equality. That's the first question. And then the second one, what you have presented, I wonder the genre. I mean, is it from French to bahasa Indonesia? Genrenya apa, Ibu, begitu? Pertanyaan pertama saya tadi adalah apakah Ibu pernah meneliti children's literature? And then the second one, the one that you share just now, itu genre-nya apa, begitu? Terima kasih. Thank you.
Baik, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya, Ibu. Ya, ini pertanyaan pertama itu menyangkut sastra anak ya, Bu ya. Saya jawab dalam bahasa Indonesia saja. Ya, kemarin kami juga sempat mendiskusikan tentang gender equality ini di dalam cerita anak. Jadi di salah satu itu misalnya kemarin kita bahas tentang Winnie the Pooh. Tapi sebenarnya secara formal saya belum meneliti tentang penerjemahan sastra anak. Tapi kami melihat di misalnya di Winnie the Pooh itu di dalam ininya tidak pernah disebutkan apakah dia he atau she begitu. Jadi ada semacam apakah ditutupi begitu gendernya, dan ini bisa jadi semacam apakah dua sisi mata uang lah mungkin bisa disebut, apakah ini semacam jalan untuk menuju ke gender equality itu, ataukah justru dia akan menuju ke yang non gender itu, ya jadi tidak perlu ada, sama-sama saja kita mau she mau he terserahlah gitu. Itu saya kira kurang lebih seperti itu. Terus mengenai tadi gender dari genre penelitian ini tentang, kalau yang teks ya ini novelnya itu tentang perempuan sih juga, Bu, tentang perempuan di Afghanistan. Tapi kemudian diterjemahkan ke dalam dan ditulis oleh penulis Prancis. Jadi dia melihat Afghanistan itu dengan kacamatanya dia, seperti itu. Dan ya, dan menarik juga karena yang menulis ini justru laki-laki, dan di situ laki-laki hanya dengan cara yang netral begitu ya, tapi kemudian kita ketika tiba oleh perempuan penerjemah perempuan Indonesia itu justru mengangkat derajat tokoh laki-laki di dalam novel. Iya, sangat ironis. Iya, betul. Iya. Harusnya lebih Iya, terteks-teks dari teks asli, tapi justru oleh perempuan sendiri begitu yang kemudian bahkan di contoh yang kedua mungkin ya itu lebih dramatis lagi saya kira, karena ada kata miss di situ dalam bahasa Inggris, kemudian si perempuan justru menerjemahkan menjadi perawan tua, jadi ada semacam stigma tertentu yang dibawa di dalam teks penerjemahannya. Demikian, sangat banyak Bu. Demikian, terima kasih Bu.
Thank you for the questions and also the answers from Ibu Mas Diana. Do we have other questions regarding the previous presentations? Okay, if there are no questions, we will moving on to the next presenter. On the list, we have Ibu Risdayati, Bapak Yusmar Yusuf, Bapak Muhammad Faizal Zulkamain, Ibu Syofiatul Safitri, Ibu Rufaida Syafawarni from Universitas Riau. The speakers will present the research paper titled Self-Representation and Digital Risk Management among Female University Students Using Social Media in Pekanbaru. So you may have the floor.
Okay, thank you for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the time, and then I will represent the research, self-representation and digital risk management among female university students using social media in Pekanbaru. For the first time, I will show you about research background that social media platform as a network publics offering young women opportunities to representation or expression, but also increasing exposure to surveillance and judgment. In Indonesia, we have Pekanbaru at the Malay culture, atau we say that Malay Riau culture. Respectability norms further shape what is considered acceptable online visibility, making young women more vulnerable to scrutiny. And then platform affordances like visibility and persistence increase the potential for both self-expression and online text. Next. And then the research gap and purposes. Wilmar's research has focused on metropolitan areas, and we aim to fill a gap to understanding and how medium-sized cities in Indonesia, Pekanbaru, experience self-representation and digital risk. Our three main purposes are describing self-representation practice, and then identifying gender digital risk and mapping strategies that can inform gender-aware digital literacy policies. Next. So the theoretical foundation is we draw on Bourdieu theory of symbolic power to understand how women's online action are influenced by capital in symbolic field. Intersectionality help us explore how gender, class, age, and local culture shape experience. We also use Bourdieu's concept of networked publishing and trim Leonardo Affordance's theory to understand how platform structure shape visibility and interaction. Next. Next. Okay. The results of the research is 5 key categories. The first is presentation is strategically planned for branding and income. With we can say that some women in our research is celebgram or influencer that we can have a local UMKM and tourist content. The second is participant face gender-based digital risk, including sexist comments, body shaming, stalking, and non-consensual researching. Kami tidak bisa menampilkan contohnya karena kemudian bahasanya terlalu kasar dan terlalu seksis, sehingga hanya kami tampilkan di dalam paper. Ya. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. The third is contextual factor, like age and local culture shape the risk. The fourth is woman use strategy, like privacy control and peer support to mitigate the risk. Finally, the psychological and social impact that include the stress and withdrawal, but some continued online with micro adjustment. So the participant is presented themselves, especially to build personal brands, networks, and generate income. For example, we have some promote local UMKM and tourism. Success was measured by followers and collaboration growth. Yeah. This differs from previous study that focus primarily on broader global branding, showing a local emphasis on economy empowerment and respectability. Okay, next. The discussion is we found that self-branding on social media is a form of capital conversion, where cultural capital is turned into social and economic benefits, and then the risk is structural to platform visibility, not reducible to personal choice or modest dress. Strategy reflects safety labor and virality serves as a form of social sanction. Our contribution is medium city socio-technical perspective that can inform practically policy responses. Next. Okay, so the limitation and the future reset. The study limitation include a small sample and the focus on single city and set of platforms. Future research could include multi-site studies, longitudinal designs to track digital risk over time, and mixed method incorporating platform analysis and intervention testing. And then the conclusion, the risk faced by female student emerges intersection of platform structure, and then local cultural norms and campus networks. Practical application of the research include gender-aware digital literacy, survivor-centered campus protocols, and platform accountability. So we hope this research underscore why analysis of social media phenomena must also account for the spirit places where platform are used. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Faisal from Universitas Riau. Now we will proceed to the next presenter. We have Bapak Indradin, Bapak Jendrius, dan Ibu Retno Anggraini from Universitas Andalas. Pak Indradin will be the presenter for this research paper, which has titled Gender Bias in the Management of Integrated Health Posts or Posyandu in Sungai Kunyit Village, South Solo Regency.
Thank you, moderators. Let's me standing. Baik, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dan Ibu, kata Pak Aka tadi boleh nggak bahasa Minang ya? We can speak, but no, because there are from Makassar. Yeah. Not understand in Minang language. Okay. Let's me to present my paper. Our research detail is gender's bias in the management of integrated health posts atau posyandu ya, in Sungai Kunyit Village, Solok Selatan Regency. One of regency in Sumatera Barat, West Sumatra. Our teams, I am Indradin from sociology, and then Mr. Jendrius, the last in here, but he is very busy, maybe around here. And then Retno Anggraini from Sociology too. Okay, next. Yeah, the backgrounds our research is the integrated health post or Posyandu, one of institutions local that become really government village, yeah. And in West Sumatra is Nagari, they call Nagari. Now the existence of institution is based on law number 6 concerning village. It is said that integrated health post is institution community village, UTAS is health government village atau Nagari in wave partnership, yeah, one wave partnership, and then accommodating aspirations, increasing service community and empowerment public. Now it is very weight, yeah. the tugas yang berat. And then this institution assign clear nature, general and important. Not is woman organization, not is woman organization. This now is like woman organization. Indonesia, one of the tasks Posyandu is helping service and empowerment field health. The empowerment is the tugas berat, ya. Next, the problem formulations and research objective. In practice, integrated health post or Posyandu likes women organization. UTAS is assist work program related with health, nutrition, and well-being family. How gender bias occur in integrated health post, Posyandu, welfare institution, public village. Study this aim for study this occurrence of gender bias in management integrated health post or Posyandu. The next. Research methods. The study use approach qualitative, with use interview, in-depth interview, observation, focus group discussion, in data collections, and then data analyze use principal Myers and Haberman data analysis. Next. Okay, the finding this research in practice, the Posyandu in Sungai Kunyit village managed by 5 kader, ya, atau kader Indonesia, and its integrated health post on a design building for implementation activity. Integrated health post building, integrated health post, some are good, but some are in poor condition. No support implementation activity, integrated health post atau Posyandu. In Sungai Kunyit village, there are 15 Posyandu, ya. And then integrated health post manage diverse. Some have structure organization like chairman, secretary, and treasurer, but all administrator integrated health post is Sungai Kunyit woman, and then administrator integrated post kader are not, there is none of them from kader is men, ya, laki-laki. All of this the woman. Nah, the Posyandu is become task woman, not a fair man, so but then work at the integrated health post chart to woman. Next. Next slide. Okay. Oh, this conclusion, yeah, this research, yes, but that posyandu, okay, that posyandu like the task of women, yeah, not the task of nagari. It is his problem to increase our derajat kesehatan. Terima kasih, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the presentation, Pak Indradin, about the Posyandu management in South Solo Regency. Now we have last presenter, Bapak Henry Koswara and Ibu Desna Aromatika. The title of the research is Gender Impacts of Budget Efficiency Analyzing Local Government Service Standards. To Pak Haka.
Terima kasih Pak Rifki. Assalamualaikum, morning Bapak Ibu. Jadi saya izin menggunakan bahasa saja ya Bapak Ibu ya, karena agak susah saya menyampaikan dalam bahasa Inggris. Gak apa-apa ya, kamera dimatiin aja kalau memang nggak layak tayang. Oke, kan kalau nggak layak tayang ya Pak ya. Baik. Tapi mudah-mudahan yang saya kirim juga dalam bahasa Inggris sih, paparannya nggak ada, padahal saya upload di Drive. Atau saya aja di sini yang tayang, kalau mau ditayangin nggak boleh ya? Oh, nggak boleh. Oke ya, nikmati aja lah ya presentasi saya Bapak Ibu ya. Mudah-mudahan dengan saya menyampaikan tidak mengurangi makna dan maksud apa yang ingin saya sampaikan. Jadi presenter saya yang ingin saya sampaikan bahwa tulisan ini dibuat atas efisiensi anggaran yang terjadi di Indonesia belakangan ini. Kemarin juga lagi viral ya, Menteri Keuangannya dicopot. Sebetulnya ini juga berkaitan dengan itu. Jadi Gender Impact of Budget Efficiency, Analyzing Local Government Service Standard. Jadi implikasi dari efisiensi anggaran yang dilakukan oleh pemerintahan Prabowo, lalu bagaimana kebijakan berbasis gendernya terhadap standar pelayanan minimal di pemerintah daerah gitu. Nah, jadi kalau kita lihat bahwa pemotongan anggaran ini besar-besaran ya Bapak Ibu ya, jadi hampir 300 triliun, jadi artinya hampir 8% dari setiap kementerian, lembaga, dan pemerintah daerah itu di-cut budgetnya. Lalu kemudian ada paradigma baru dalam pengelolaan ruang fiskal di pemerintah daerah, artinya pengalokasian anggaran itu diperuntukkan untuk program-program prioritas pemerintahan Prabowo sekarang ini, termasuk MBG. Jadi ada efisiensi yang sangat besar sekali, dan celakanya dari 171 triliun hasil efisiensi itu baru terrealisasi 2,6%. Jadi MBG itu baru running 2,6% sampai bulan Juni, dengan carut-marutnya lah. Terakhir kita lihat di TV itu malah wadahnya terkontaminasi babi ya. Nah, lalu kemudian gender impact-nya on budget, kalau kita lihat yang bisa kita telaah secara pasti adalah anggaran di Kementerian Perempuan ya. Jadi turun drastis, dari 2023 itu masih 70 triliun dan sekarang hanya di 26 triliun. Jadi sangat merosot sekali. Jadi kita bisa lihat bahwa penurunan tajam dalam komitmen anggaran berbasis gender. Lalu kemudian konsekuensinya lagi adalah efisiensi anggaran itu berdampak pada implementasi program-program yang ditujukan untuk perempuan, oleh pemenuhan hak-hak gender, lalu kemudian menurunkan efektivitas anggaran untuk mencapai keadilan gender itu sendiri. Tapi di sisi yang lain sebetulnya negara kita itu sudah berbasis anggarannya termasuk dalam 26% negara yang menggunakan tagging budget gitu. Jadi budgetnya itu memang harus berbasis gender. Jadi ketika menginput mata anggaran itu sudah ada pilihan terhadap pengalokasian berbasis gender itu. Satu sisi sih kita sudah join di isu global bahwa setiap anggaran yang kita susun itu berbasis gender. Dan memang terbukti bahwa negara-negara yang anggarannya berbasis gender response budgeting itu memang mampu untuk meningkatkan 15% belanjanya untuk layanan publik gitu. Nah, tetapi kita tidak punya data kalau di Kementerian PPA ya, Pemberdayaan Perempuan, Komnas HAM, kita punya data eksplisit. Tapi di pemerintah daerah ini kita nggak punya data sebetulnya berapa alokasi untuk anggaran berbasis gender. Itu problem. Jadi kita nggak bisa identifikasi di anggaran pendidikan, kesehatan, Trantibum Linmas, sosial, kita nggak bisa men-split itu. Kementerian Dalam Negeri nggak pernah mampu untuk merilis data itu. Nah, jadi kita nggak tahu sebetulnya konsekuensi dari budget yang dialokasikan sebelum era efisiensi Prabowo itu dengan sekarang. Tapi yang pasti sayang sekali saya nggak bisa tampilkan gambarnya, ada grafiknya sebetulnya. Nah, tapi di sisi yang lain pengambil kebijakan kita juga berkurang satu ya, keberadaan perempuan di sini ya. Kemarin baru dicopot, tapi kabarnya juga menporanya dari perempuan. Berarti 5 orang ini bisa kembali terpenuhi. Tapi sedikit sekali, hanya 13%. Jadi konsekuensinya perempuan di posisi strategis berbicara tentang kebijakan inklusif dan responsif gender ya memang agak tricky gitu. Nah, SPM ini sebetulnya adalah di 6 bidang ya Bapak Ibu ya. Ada pendidikan, kesehatan, sosial, Trantibum Linmas, perumahan rakyat, lalu kemudian pekerjaan umum. Jadi ada 6 bidang dan semuanya itu belum pernah ada rilis pemerintah berapa budget yang dialokasikan berbasis gender tadi, seperti yang saya sebutkan. Padahal ini merupakan layanan dasar. Jadi berapa budget untuk ibu hamil itu kita nggak tahu. Padahal ada 4 kali pemeriksaan gratis puskesmas yang dialokasikan untuk pemeriksaan ibu hamil. Ada free of charge yang harus dilakukan oleh puskesmas untuk memeriksa kesehatan anak SD. Itu nggak pernah dilakukan dan nggak pernah terada bisa mendata itu. Lalu kemudian sosial misalnya, kita nggak pernah punya data berapa sebetulnya wanita, anak-anak terlantar, orang tua gitu ya, inklusif lah yang ditampung di panti asuhan, berapa budget untuk itu. Kita nggak punya data yang eksplisit yang bisa menjelaskan itu. Jadi artinya bahwa efisiensi di anggaran pusat ini memang memotong secara tidak langsung ya, memotong alokasi untuk sektor-sektor tadi gitu. Jadi bisa diasumsikan bahwa di era normal saja sebelum ada kebijakan efisiensi itu saja, pemerintah tidak bisa mampu untuk mengalokasikan secara benar berapa sebetulnya yang prioritas anggaran. Nah, lalu juga ketika program prioritas itu dilaksanakan, MBG juga nggak jelas juga implikasinya terhadap si pemanfaat tadi, guru PAUD misalnya, atau tenaga kesehatan, atau ibu rumah tangga, karena memang dikelola langsung oleh pemerintah dalam hal pengadaan, pendistribusian gitu ya. Jadi penerima manfaat aja si anak dan ibu tadi. 1 menit lagi ya, oke. Nah, dampaknya adalah sebetulnya MMS ya, minimum service standard ini sebetulnya meningkatkan sebelumnya ya, riset-riset sebelumnya menunjukkan bahwa 25% itu alokasi anggaran untuk SPM ini memuaskan layanan publik. Lalu kemudian 30% meningkatkan penyelesaian diskriminasi layanan gitu ya. Jadi sangat luar biasa si MMS tadi atau standar pelayanan minimal tadi. Jadi dampak efisiensi anggaran terhadap SPM memang luar biasa Bapak Ibu ya. Jadi di tahun 2024 itu nilai SPM ya, jadi capaian indeks pemberian standar pelayanan minimal itu ada di angka 87-86%. Sekarang daerah itu boleh membuat targetnya sendiri dan itu diperbubkan atau diperwalkan atau dipergubkan gitu. Jadi konsekuensinya adalah sebetulnya yang target ini 2000 gitu ya. Tapi karena kemampuan anggarannya segini, terkait dengan pemotongan anggaran tadi, dia bisa aja nganggarin 500. Berarti kan 1.500 lagi sebetulnya nggak terlayani dan tidak tercover. Jadi kira-kira bisa kita bayangkan bahwa layanan minimal itu memang berdampak sekali akibat dari efisiensi yang dilakukan oleh pemerintah Prabowo. Mungkin itu saja Bapak Ibu, maafkan saya karena saya tidak bisa berbahasa Minang tadi ya, karena ada dari Makassar, jadi izin berbahasa saja. Terima kasih banyak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Henry Koswara, for the presentations. So we will have the final Q&A session. And so if there are participants who like to ask questions to the previous presenters, so we have heard the last three presenters have talked about how gender plays a big role in issue of social media, in management of posyandu, and also in the budgeting, state budgeting in Indonesia. So if Bapak Ibu would like to ask questions, yeah, you may. Please, Ibu Rika.
Thank you, Bapak Moderator. My question, pertanyaan saya kepada Pak Henry. Terima kasih. Tarik nafas dulu. Terima kasih atas presentasinya, Pak. Jadi saya pribadi di luar bidang ilmu yang Bapak dalami ini mengenai pusat dan daerah begitu, Pak. Ya, saya ingin mengetahui kalau tadi Bapak menampilkan women's representation in the Prabowo's cabinet begitu ya. Nah, apakah kalau di daerah itu Pak, pemerintahan daerah juga ada perhatian dari akademisi terkait dengan jumlah female representation di local government begitu. Nah, jadi mungkin ada ranahnya pusat, ada ranahnya daerah. Nah, bagaimana kalau di daerah, khususnya daerah kita ini seperti apa, Pak? Apakah sudah ada lah diakomodir female representation itu, karena sedikit banyaknya pasti berpengaruh kepada kebijakan yang dibuat. Terima kasih Pak Henry.
Ya, I think Pak Haka, Pak Henry Koswara may answer. Iya.
Kita sambil ngopi aja gimana Bu? Baik, terima kasih banyak. Sebetulnya kajian tentang representasi female di pemerintahan sebetulnya Pak Andri yang bisa jawab nih, karena di DPR itu legislatif itu memang ada ya Pak Andri ya, secara regulasi ya 30% ya, tapi memang di birokrasi nggak ada Bu. Cuman kan kita join di SDGs nomor berapa ya, yang mensyaratkan pejabat publik itu atau pejabat politik itu 30%. Jadi logikanya adalah di kementerian lembaga, di pemerintahan, di pemerintah daerah itu logiknya juga merepresentasikan aktor female untuk menduduki jabatan-jabatan strategis itu. Tapi kan kembali lagi Bu ya, walaupun Sri Mulyani juga ternyata sangat ini juga ya, tapi bagi dia tuh kesetaraannya itu di situ mungkin ya Bu. Kesetaraan antara Kementerian Sultan dan enggak ya. Jadi tukin dia aja yang dia naikin gitu, padahal ada kementerian lembaga yang lain juga secara gender juga memerlukan itu. Tapi memang di kita ketika logiknya adalah representasi, ketika join di SDGs itu yang 30% representatif itu di pemerintah harusnya juga seperti itu Bu. Ya. Tapi sekarang memang tidak tertulis ya, kecuali yang legislatif ya. Nah, itu juga dalam hal mencalonkan ya Mas Andri ya. Itu kan, tapi enggak di House of Representative-nya juga mensyaratkan itu. Tapi setiap partai politik kan memang disyaratkan ketika menglisting calon legislatifnya, calon itu minimal 30% harus perempuan, representasi perempuan. Tapi di birokrasi sayangnya tidak ada sampai sekarang Ibu. Ya. Mungkin itu, terima kasih Bu.
Thank you for the answer, Pak Henry. Is there any other questions or comments from the presenters? So if there is no question, I think that would be the end of our session this morning. So thank you very much everyone for the very insightful presentations. So please give a big round of applause for all of us. Thank you Bapak Ibu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second session in the second day of the International Conference on Gender, Culture, and Society. My name is Rifki Darmawan. I'm a lecturer in International Relations Department at Unand, and in this session, I will be moderating the discussion. In our session, in the second sessions, we have 5 amazing presenters from one university, from Universitas Andalas. So it's already on my list that we have 5 presenters who will present the research related to the theme of gender, sexuality, and health. So before I invite the first speaker for this session, I would like to read some guidelines regarding the presentations, some rules. The first one is regarding the time duration. So each speaker will have maximum 7 minutes to present their research. And then when it's close to the 7 minutes, the moderator and also the timekeeper will tell the presenters that the time is almost 7 minutes. And then if the presenter exceeds 7 minutes, the moderator has the right to intervene or to stop the presentations. So without further ado, I would like to invite our first presenter. On the list, we have Ibu Sri Setiawati, Bapak Johnson Handrian Ginting, Bapak Yoni Saputra, Bapak Yogi Pranditya, and Ibu Bastari Aisyah Usri from Universitas Andalas. So the presenters will present their work, which has titled Minang Women and Cultural Heritage, a Gender Anthropology Study of Matrilineal Cultural Heritage Protection in West Sumatra. To the presenters, the floor is yours.
Sorry ya Bapak Ibu, tadi di kelas 1 saking semangatnya lupa jamnya. Baik, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, good morning everybody. Okay, I'm start my title, the Minang Women and Cultural Heritage, Gender Anthropology Study and Matrilineal Cultural Heritage Protection in West Sumatra. My team, me is leader, and then Johnson Harian Ginting, sorry, not come because go to Umroh ya, Fahri ya, and then my team Yogi, Bestari, ya. Okay, I start the introduction. Indonesia is home to the historical and archaeological relics. Yeah, this historical and archaeological relics constitutes the treasure this nation. which is essential and even mandatory to be cared for, managed properly, and preserved. For the sake of cultural preservation, this cultural heritage object, my object, cultural heritage, object to must do protection. Okay, the government has issued a law governing and the ownership of cultural heritage assets, and then in law number 7, this cultural heritage concern the cultural heritage, historical and the archaeological relics. This means to qualification stipulates by the law or commonly referred to as cultural heritage object. These cultural heritage objects are still vulnerable to damage, loss, and even destruction. Destruction, whether caused the natural factor, the human action, this problem. My question research number 1, whatever have Minang woman made they protect the traditional house as the cultural heritage, and then number 2, how does the local wisdom of the Minang matrilineal culture contribute to the protection of the traditional host as the cultural heritage in West Sumatra preference. Okay, methodology, research methods. This research location was in the kawasan 1000 Rumah Gadang in Nagari Koto Baru, Regency Solo Selatan, Solo, West Sumatra. This study is the feminist ethnography methods, and then feminist anthropological approach. I have to type informant, namely key informant and ordinary informant. Key informant are Minang women who own and manage Rumah Gadang and the member of the Rumah Gadang clan Rumah Gadang. And the ordinary informant Tungku Tigo Sajarangan, Minyak Mama, Alim Ulama, Cadiak Pandai, and then chairperson of KAN, Kerapatan Adat Nagari, and then Bundokan Duang Nagari. Okay, data were analyzed, descriptive, qualitative. Result, kawasan 1000 Rumah Gadang, the 6 hectare, yeah, is in the extraordinary cultural asset, with the 100 of Rumah Gadang building and the cultural heritage object, some of which the 100-year-old. What's the name SG area master plan include the restoration of 33 Rumah Gadang, landscaping of the area, and the construction of the Songket Tower as the landmark, and the construction the facilities for tourism destinasi tourism in Solo Selatan, ya. The preservation of Rumah Gadang by women in Nagari Koto Baru, particularly in the kawasan 1000 Rumah Gadang of Solo Regency, provides the perspective and the reinforcement of the matrilineal cultural value of Minangkabau itself. Rumah Gadang, in the view of the Mande woman in the kawasan 1000 Rumah Gadang, is a symbol of identity and self-identity, as well as the origin of the self. Awareness of the meaning and value the matrilineal culture among the Mande Sako woman of Minangkabau in the kawasan 1000 Rumah Gadang can be said to be an awareness of the matrilineal cultural value, the give birth or the least certain, the existing of the matrilineal cultural value they possess. Okay, and then to what extent is the authority of the Mande or Bundokan Duang in the traditional house? Next question. As the first inhabitant of the traditional house, those who live they are under responsibility for the daily care and the maintenance. However, for the mother, whether the guest face the other activities, coordination with the niniak mama, is essentially. This cannot be neglected. For example, in the homestay, if the guests arrive, they must to be notified the first. Management remain in the hand of the bundokanduang, but supervision rests with the niniak mama. In traditional term, we say pusako jan hilang, sapo jan lanyap. Meaning no matter what, the ultimate responsibility remain with the niniak mama. Okay. The past, the gadang host, the word of Minang Padusi. Minang woman also known the Padusi, always associate with the rumah gadang host that inheritance a main function the kawasan 1000 rumah gadang. Number one, they serve as the symbol of maintaining and the preserving the matrilineal cultural system, kinship system based the motherland, and also the marker or clan kinship. Each clan has the rumah gadang. Number two, the rumah gadang determines matrilineal descent. The rumah gadang serves as the symbol of gender equality, the guarantee the dignity of woman and the child descendants. This system from the local matrilineal marriage system. Number three, the rumah gadang as the sign of one's status. Okay, this now Padusi and rumah gadang homestay. Ingatkan, this look the picture the kawasan 1000 rumah gadang. Then conclusion. Number one, the traditional village, they are the host, 1000 traditional hosts, serve the concrete sample or West Sumatra of all the traditional hosts utilize the public space. Number two, the rule of the Minang Padusi, traditional Minang community, as opposed from the one provides the domain, the public ones, managing to use the traditional host has become the crucial role of the Minang Padusi. No longer solely the responsibility of the Pangulu or Datuk Kaum. Number three, two who still own the traditional host can be considered prestigious in the context of the future. Currently, many Minang Padusi no longer possess their traditional host, either physically or spirituality. The loss that these two elements symbols to loss of the sosok Bajarami, identity the Minang Padusi within the tier community. Number four, the dignity of the community and the original realm, the will fight with the change takes place. The loss, the traditional host rumah gadang mean the loss and the traditional Minang Padusi Minang realm. Okay, sorry. Terburu-buru sekali rasanya seperti dikejar kereta api. Oke, I'm sorry. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Sri, for the insightful presentation. Yeah, I think this is an interesting topic here because Ibu Sri tries to look at the the issue of Minangkabau culture, especially about owning rumah gadang from the perspective of gender. Thank you, Ibu Sri. We are moving on to the next presenter. On the list, there is Ibu Simi Ilmiawati, Alif Johar, Ibu Nadia Zarlinda. No representative from the team. Okay. We will move to the next presenter on the list, Ibu Yulizawati, Ibu Heni Fitria, Ibu Hindun Mila Huzaifah, Ibu Preti Zinta Aprila from Universitas Andalas, who will be presenting the research titled The Effectiveness of Acupressure in Reducing Pain Intensity, Improving Mobility, and Alleviating Anxiety in Postpartum Mothers at Independent Midwifery Practices in Padang City. To Ibu Yulizawati, you have the floor.
Thank you for moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please, our team present our research about the effectiveness of acupressure in reducing pain intensity, improving mobility, and alleviating anxiety in postpartum mothers at independent midwifery practices in Padang City. Background and aim this research is the postpartum period is a critical recovery phase of occupied by pain, limited mobility, and anxiety, particularly due to perineal trauma. And next, acupressure as a non-invasive intervention has shown effectiveness in reducing pain and anxiety, but evidence of its application in midwifery practice in Indonesia remain limited. Unmanaged pain and anxiety can hidden daily activities, increase complication risk, and lead to postpartum depression. To evaluate the effectiveness of acupressure in reducing pain, improving mobility, and alleviating anxiety among postpartum mothers in independent midwifery practices in Padang City. Study methodology framework for study design, pre-experimental design, one group pre-test and post-test, respondent assessment before and after acupressure intervention, focus on 3 outcomes. Is pain intensity, mobility, and anxiety. For study setting and population, location independent midwifery practices in Padang City, West Sumatra, population postpartum mother delivering intense midwifery practices. Sample method, quota sampling, sample size 30 respondent. For inclusion criteria, spontan vaginal delivery, conscious within 2 hours postpartum, and provided informed consent from the respondent. Inclusion criteria, obstetric complication, prior analgesic administration, and injuries near SP6 or LE4 acupressure points. Intervention for target point in SP6 and LE4 and frequency 1 daily for 2 consecutive days. Stimulation method, acupressure intervention for 10 minutes per session and evaluation on day 3 after intervention. For outcome measuring and tools, all instruments validated and widely used in postpartum care research. Mobility with questionnaire adapted from Hamilton postpartum mobility stage. For pain intensity, Wong-Baker pain rating scale, and anxiety, Hamilton anxiety rating scale. For data collection procedure, pre-test assessment for pain, mobility, and anxiety before intervention, and next acupressure intervention applied daily for 2 days, and postpartum test assessment conducted on day 3, data collection by trained researcher and enumerator following SOP. For data analysis, statically analysis with Wilcoxon and Mann-Whitney test. Purpose, determine difference between pre and post intervention outcome and evaluate intervention effectiveness. And significant level alpha 0.05 and confidence interval 95%. For characteristic of the respondent, out of a total of 30 respondent study, the majority respondent were mothers aged 20 to 35 years, totaling 24 individual, housewife totaling 23 individual, and multigravida mothers totaling 17 individual. From effect acupressure on anxiety level, this is descriptive statistics. Decrease the mean heart score from 19.33 to 6.10. Reduce anxiety level. Next, for effect of acupressure on pain intensity, descriptive statistic, the study involving 60 respondents showed that the pain intensity varied widely before the intervention. but become more uniform after the intervention. From the Mann-Whitney saw significant value 0.00, indicating that acupressure effective reduce pain intensity in postpartum mothers at independent midwife practice in Padang City. For Wilcoxon, indicated at a significant difference in pain intensity before and after the intervention. And for effect of acupressure on mobility in postpartum mother with Wilcoxon test, indicated a significant improvement in mobilization after the treatment. In conclusion, effectiveness in reducing pain and anxiety, acupressure significant lower pain intensity and anxiety level. For improving mobility and independences, the intervention enhancing mother's ability to regain mobility and independence, accelerating their return to daily activities. Safe, low cost, and practical, acupressure in non-invasive, affordable, easy to apply, and has minimal side effect, making it a practical option for maternal care. Recommended for postpartum care, finding support, integrating acupressure as a complementary therapy in independent midwifery practice to optimize recovery and improving quality of life for postpartum mother. Thank you very much for give our team time for presentation, and we back to moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ibu Yulizawati, who already shared her research from the perspective of health perspective. Now, I would like to invite the next speaker. We have Bapak Syahrizal here and Ibu Sri Mayanti. Bapak Syahrizal will present their work on behalf of the team. Pak Syahrizal is from Universitas Andalas and will present the research paper titled Gender Roles in Family Health Management Among Fishing Communities. Pak Syahrizal, the time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Moderator. I will present gender roles in family healthcare community fishing among fishing community. We did research in one village in Kota Padang or Kelurahan. Its name is Pasiantigo. Next. It's outline our presentation. Introduction, methodology, finding, discussion, and conclusion. Next. Introduction. Fishing communities face marginal access to modern healthcare. It's related with economic condition, low income and poverty. Gender roles shape health practice and medical decision making. Our research question: how does gender influence healthcare in fishing families? Next.
methodology use a qualitative method, ethnography research conducted in 2025 in coastal Padang. We did participant observation and semi-structured interview about with 20 informants. Use analysis gender roles and health decision making. Next. Location of research is urban village Pasinantigo or Kelurahan Pasinantigo, Kota Tengah District, Padang. Population in this Kelurahan more than 9,000 people. Fishermen more than 900 people. They work as fishermen. And also in this fishermen fishing communities, there are about 180 households in poverty. Next, women roles in healthcare. Daily healthcare, daily health family care using herbs and masses and ritual. Custodian of material health knowledge, initiasi treatment for minor illness, knowledge based through maternal kinship network. So woman is important thing role in family care in fishing communities. They often treat their children more than men. And then men's role in next, men's role in healthcare. Men's role in final decision makers for formal health service. Consider financial resource and illness severity. Responsible for transport and costs. Authority reinforced by cultural norms and economic power. Because men usually walk in public area, and women usually domestic area. Then medical, next, medical pluralism. This is one of identity of in fishing community. No strict dichotomy between traditional and modern medicine. They also use traditional medicine with traditional health. Traditional healthcare. Also combine both system pragmatically. Tradition healers, and medical doctor consult in parallel. In this community, there are many traditional healers. As in our research, I have interview about 10 traditional healers. But traditional healer usually most of traditional healer is men, not women. Reflect cultural recent and adaptive strategy. Next. Health practice are gendered and culturally embedded. women dominate everyday care but lack authority in formal decision. Yeah. Men's control linked to economic power and norms. Yeah. How choice negotiates it with household dynamics. Next. Yes. Policy implication strengthen women's role as health custodian through training. Integrate traditional healer into community health programs. Provide subsidies for fishing families, design culturally sensitive, gender-specific policy. Next, conclusion. Yeah. Family health management is shaped by gender roles. Yeah. Women everyday care and knowledge custodian. Yeah. Men financially decision makers in biomedical care. Yeah. Adaptive medical placement reflects resilience. Yeah. Policy must be gender exclusive and culturally grounded. Yeah. That is our presentation. Thank you, Pak Moderator.
Thank you, Pak Syahrizal, for your presentations. Pak Syahrizal tries to look the issue of gender in the context of fishing communities in Pasian Antigo. Thank you, Pak Syahrizal. Okay, now I would like to call the next presenter. Here's on the list, we have Ibu Fitania Yulia, Ibu Anissa Anindia, Bapak Muhammad Taufan, Bapak Muhammad Sabir, Ibu Lurvia Buatika Inka from Universitas Andalas. Ibu Fitania Yulia will be presenters on behalf of the team who will present the research paper titled Minangkabau Audience Reception of Feminist Representation in Film. Ibu Vita, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Rifki, for the challenge. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to present our research. Actually, this research is also ongoing research because we're still ongoing to finalize the findings. But I happy to share this paper to the audience, and hopefully I get many input from that. Okay, this title is Minangkabau Audience Reception of Feminist Representation in Film. So I'm from Ilmu Communication Science department. So our student very enjoy to research about films. So from that films, several films that already researched, and using the audience reception, we found many films coming out with the feminist issue. So we have 5 authors, and I be the first in this research. Okay, so feminism is actually sometimes misunderstood, or stigmatizes as a movement that displays the position of men and women. So sometimes for the Minangkabau audience thinks that feminist is something really ridiculous term, So we wondering how the feminist issue learn from the film. So we choose two film from the title is Kim Ji-young, born 1982, is actually South Korean films, and the latest one is Barbie 2023. Both films highlight the feminist issue through the popular narrative that are accessible to the audience. And we know that Minangkabau culture is matrilineal, but in the social practices, actually we're not really clear with the gender role position, especially for the woman. We see the patriarchal culture is also performed in our culture, and also male dominant toward women. So for this condition, makes very important to see how audience reception, understanding, and interpretation about the Minangkabau, the culture, when it comes into the way they learn about feminism from the film. Okay, so our research question is, how do Minangkabau audience respond to the feminist themes in the film? And then we want to see, to analyze Minangkabau audience responses to the feminist representation in film. And then we would like to identify cultural factors influencing audience interpretations and to explore tension between feminist value and also the local tradition. So the research method is a qualitative approach using in-depth interview, and also we make observation and documentation from newspaper, reception, film, and so on and so forth. And we use mainly reception analysis. It is the method that used to explore how the media text especially interpreted by the audience. And then we not only focus with the text, solely the content, but we approach the emphasizing on audience engagement with the various forms of media such as film, and how they seek or they uncover they truly happen during the process of media consumption. And the central concern in reception analysis lies in how audience derive specific meaning from a text, and then highlighting their active role in the viewers in viewing interpretation. So for the reception analysis, they also see the text is not interpreted with the one meaning, but the text is polysemic when someone interpret the media text, for example. So this theory, we use Stuart Hall encoding decoding, and this theory explains the media message are not received passively by the audience. Media producer encoder particular meaning into the text, but audience as a decoders may interpret this message differently. So we call it as polysemic. Okay, so here our research framework, and yeah, a little bit about overview about the Kim Ji-young, born 1982, is a film slice of life, yeah, regarding the lifelong gender discrimination, about social pressure that she faced since childhood. So the issue is about inequality in workplace, as a motherhood, as unpaid domestic labor, and also everyday sexism, also mental health struggling during her as mother, caregiver as well. And then we also compare to the latest film Barbie 2023. It's different with the Korean one, because the Barbie is actually kind of satirical fantasy, and then style or gender of the film is kind of humorous film and very colorful, and then compared to the Korean, they're coming from, I think it's a novel, that life history as well. So the result, we found that about the feminism issue, we make several interviews with audience. In Kim Jo-young film, there are 7 women and 3 men, yeah. Most of them is already married. And then we find there is 2 positions regarding how they interpret the film. So most of them negotiate with the term of feminism. It's not really easier to accept about the feminism itself. So the informant mostly not support about labeling women as a feminist, yeah. As, the women as well feel not really comfortable with the feminist term, even though they also agree, yeah, for the equality or something, for the domestic chores should be handled by the men, but to say they are part of feminist movement, they feel very reluctant. And then with the Barbie, actually we have all of the audience is the male audience, and surprisingly the male also have kind of accepted are also rejected about the feminists and emphasizing especially about the male leadership, the things the male should be a leader rather than a woman in any cases. So I think from our result we see that feminism is a very contesting meaning for the audience, for men and women, and patriarchy remain highly influential, yeah, about the matrilineal, even the matrilineal symbolic exists, but patriarchy is also very strong practical in our daily life, and feminist messages are not entirely rejected but over negotiated with the local values. So that's all for our paper. Thank you very much. I'll be back to the moderators. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Vita. So Ibu Vita is the last speaker for these sessions. Now we are moving on to the Q&A sessions. If the participants would like to ask questions to the presenters, feel free to ask question. You may raise your hand and then mention your name. Is there any questions or maybe comments, Bapak Ibu, and also from the audience? You may also give some questions or comments. So if there is no questions, I think I would like to ask a question, if I may. I would like to ask question to our last speaker, Ibu Vita, because your research is about looking at the perspective of Minangkabau people on the issue of feminists through films. So what I would like to ask is, in general, how's the perception of Minangkabau people toward the concept of feminism? Because nowadays we are being exposed through films like your research, and then through many different narratives. But in general, how's your findings so far about the perception of Minangkabau people?
Okay, can I ask directly? Yeah, thank you for the question, Pak Rifki. Yeah, especially for the film Korean. I mean, I think many society nowadays is very prefer to watching Korean drama, and this actually talking about the woman, the suppressed, because the South Korea, the very strong patriarchal culture. So the woman actually once already she's a carry woman, but when she married, she have to affirm her job, yeah, and fully mother, and then she stay with the mother-in-law. So the life actually very intimidated with the mother-in-law. So when I asking my my informant about that, even yeah, we have male and female audiences, so they can thinking about the pressure that mother-in-law make doing to the woman is a very unacceptable, yeah, but it's also relate to our culture sometimes. So like menantu di Minangkabau itu tidak boleh melakukan apa ya, bahkan harus ditaruh minum. Jadi yang laki-laki itu tidak boleh mengerjakan pekerjaan rumah, apalagi kalau tinggal satu rumah, ya kan? That's a very similar to the South Korea. So they come up with the idea that this is a very intimidated because some of women is also worker, and once they come back to the home and has many duties at home, and while the husband can sleep and take a rest, and the mother has wake up earlier. So for this case, the things we have to change, or they negotiate with the meaning of patriarchy as well. So they actually agreed with the feminist movement, but they also not really comfortable with labeling feminists as they are feminists, but the spirit of feminists they're okay, but they are not feminists, they say, something like that. So they negotiate about the term of feminist itself. Maybe we can come up with another term, yeah, not feminist, but maybe another term for Minangkabau especially. Okay, That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Vita. Yeah, I totally agree with that because we know that nowadays the popular culture from South Korea is something that really popular nowadays in Indonesia, and I think it's also can somehow change the perspective of us Minangkabau people. So, is there any other questions or comments? So, if there is no questions or comments, I think we have come to the end of our session. Thank you very much to Bapak Ibu, all presenters from the sessions, and yeah, good luck for the rest of the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang mau foto sesi foto bersama, boleh dipersilakan ke depan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third session of the second day of the International Conference on Gender, Culture, and Society. My name is Rifki Darmawan. I'm a lecturer in International Relations Department, Universitas Andalas, and I will be moderating this session. In this session, we have 7 presenters in total. All the presenters come from the same institution, from Universitas Andalas. Before I invite the first speaker, I would like to read the guidelines or rules regarding the presentation. The first is the time duration for presentation is maximum 7 minutes. So make sure that you can use the time duration. And then if it is close to 7 minutes, I would like to remind the speaker. And then if the speaker already exceeds 7 minutes, the moderator can stop the presentation. And then the presentation is highly encouraged. The presenters highly encouraged to use English during the presentation. And then for the Q&A session, we will have Q&A session after all speakers present. After all of them present their papers, and then we will have a Q&A session. I think that will be all regarding the regulation and rules for this session. To start the session, I would like to invite Ibu Edita Elda from Universitas Andalas. She will present her research paper titled Provision of Legal Aid for Women in Conflict with the Law. To Ibu Edita Elda, you may come to the stage.
Thank you for the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Edita Elda. I'm a lecturer from Faculty of Law, Universitas Andalas, and the scope of my topic about gender and law. So this is the consist of the theme in this conference. Thank you for the committee and the moderator to organize this and give me the time for the 7 minutes. Okay. My presentation title about the provision of legal aid for women in conflict with the law. As we know that the background of this paper, we know the majority, the society, most of them, women facing the law, we call in the term regulation of the legal terminology, women in conflict with the law. Some of the women participate the person who conflict with the law. The concept of the rule of law places the protection of human rights. So the first one in the human rights protection, and the second one how to organize the equality before the law. So the all of the society get the protection from the country. And this is the important elements, one of which is the state's guarantee of the rights of the citizen as the majority. As the background, every citizen has equal rights under the law, including those who are faced with the legal issues, especially women, and we call in the woman facing the law. As the regulation, we have the law number 18/2003 about the advocate, the lawyer profession, And the second one, we have the law number 16, 2011 about the legal aid. And for the specific cases in the woman, the emergence of the Supreme Court Regulation number 3 of 2017 concerning guidelines for the adjudicating cases of women facing the law. So this is not the similar for the all citizen. This is the special guidelines from the state regarding women in legal conflicts, because some of the reason why the woman comes into the process of the criminal law, some of the reason because of the domestic issues. So that's why the state need to give the protection and specialize in the regulation. This is the background of my topic. And how about the position in women in front of law based on the Supreme Court Regulation number 3 of 2017. The first one, women as the victims. The second one, women as the witnesses. And the third one, women as the parties. So this position is relevant how the country give the protection, the special cases in the woman in front of the law. So this is the three part of the woman in front of the law, as the victim first and the witnesses, and the second and the third as the parties. And how about the protection for the implementation existing nowadays and the future? We have the accommodating women as the perpetrators of the crimes. The state provides protective separation in serving their sentences in the correctional institution. So this is not as the similar as the general perpetration when we such as for the man and the woman have the special places. And the second one, the state provides the legal assistance in accordance with the existing provision. Why? Because in the legal aid, we know some of the position women not equal the men. Some of the reason why they doing the criminal act because of the domestic issues. And the third one, the provision of legal assistance is a right of the every citizen. So this is the right how to improve the human right in the Indonesia, who is involved in legal matters, especially women who are in conflict with the law, to obtain the protection in the right to receive the legal assistance. So the legal assistance is must have give from the state to the woman conflict in the law. And the last one, this is the free legal assistance aims to realize the equality before the law and how access to justice for the all people in order to achieve the social justice, especially for the underprivileged. So this is the law case from the economic issues, not understanding about the law, so the state give the protection as the legal aid, we call for free as the pro bono. What next for the future? Hopefully that in 2026, the next year, we have the new criminal code existing in 2 January 2026. We have the new criminal code, and the 11 elements for the guidelines. This is as the protection, how to that for the every citizen doing the criminal act, not for the final into the jail. So this is the filter how the committed for the criminal law, the new criminal law, to protection about the woman have the conflict with the law. And the last, okay, thank you. Okay, the last presentation. This is the kind of in Padang. For the example, we have the community institution for the special woman, and the majority from the conflict is about the narcotic. The narcotic and then the general, why the 70 until the 80% the woman as the tools to doing the criminal act, not mens rea, not from the heart, but because of the heavy of economic, heavy of the domestic violence, so it can be the perpetrators. That's why the state need to protect them, because the position of the woman is not different, same as the equal for the men. Maybe that's all about my presentation, the limited time. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Edita, for the presentation. I think it was very insightful. Ibu Elda basically explains about the position of women within Indonesian law, and the state also need to consider the aspect of gender in Indonesian law. So thank you, Ibu Edita. We will move to the next presenter. The next presenters are Bapak Andik Beni Saputra, Bapak Bagas Islam Mahendra, Bapak Fitria Deswika, Bapak Andri Rusta, and Bapak Bagas Islam Mahendra will be the speaker on behalf of the research team. He will present the research paper titled A Mapping of Gender Mainstreaming Literature in Indonesia, a Sectoral Development Analysis from 2010 to 2025.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunities that have been given to me to present our paper. And our scope is about gender equality, and our paper is titled, there's a little revision on the title, and the final title is a mapping of gender mainstreaming literature in Indonesian politics. So I begin my presentation with the introduction. Gender equality has become a global issue and is recognized as a fundamental human right. The United Nations places gender equality as Goal 5 of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, which emphasize eliminating all forms of discrimination and violence against women and girls. And one of the strategies to achieve this is gender mainstreaming, a process that requires organization to integrate gender perspective into policies and resource allocation. In Indonesia, the government has institutionalized gender mainstreaming through Presidential Instruction Number 9/2000, as well as electoral regulations such as Law Number 7, 2017, and Law Number 2 of 2008, which require political parties to include at least 30% women both in legislative candidate list and in central party leadership. Despite the presence of these regulations, women's representation in parliament has never reached the 30% quota since the 2009 election. The numbers have only slightly increased, 17.86% in 2009, 17.32% in 2014, and 20.86% in the 2019 election. And in the last election, which was in 20 and 24 election, there is a increase slightly to the 21.9%. Although the trend is upward, it remains far below the target. This gap highlights weak implementation on the ground. In many cases, women are nominated merely to fulfill the quota rather than to play active roles as political leaders. As a result, issues central to women such as gender bias violence and economic inequality remain marginalized in policy discussion. For the methodology, I will explain it in a short. The study uses a qualitative literature review method. Data were collected from academic journals and online repositories, focusing on sources that discuss women's representation, gender mainstreaming, and political resistance. The findings were then grouped into thematic clusters, including socio-cultural aspects, political party structures, regulatory frameworks, resource limitation, and geographical conditions. Instead of producing new data, the study synthesized existing knowledge into an analytical narrative. And for the result, the first one, I'm going to explain about the inhibiting factors for women representation in the parliament. Several key inhibiting factors continue to limit women's representation. Socio-cultural norms rooted in patriarchy confine women to domestic roles, while certain religious interpretation reinforce gender bias. Political parties act as primary gatekeepers, often recruiting women based on kinship ties or popularity rather than competence, and treating them merely as quota fulfillers. At the individual level, many women face limited campaign funding, low self-confidence, and the double burden of household and political responsibilities. Geographical challenges further compound these issues, especially in Indonesia's disadvantaged frontier and outermost, which we called daerah 3T, 3 regions. In 2024, women's representation in these areas averaged only 30.7%, reflecting the barriers created by poor infrastructure, poverty, and low levels of human development. Next, we move to the driving factors, and our findings about the driving factors is, despite the challenges, some factors help drive women's political participation. Regulatory measures such as the 30% quota and the zipper system ensure women's placement on candidate lists and compel political parties to take women's representation seriously. Meanwhile, voter awareness has proven to be a powerful driver. So in Bukit Tinggi, for example, strong gender political awareness among the electorate enabled women to secure 32% of parliamentary seats in the 2014, surpassing the legal quota. This case demonstrates how societal support can translate policies into real outcomes. In summary, women's underrepresentation in Indonesia parliament stems from a combination of socio-cultural norms, structural barriers within political parties, limited resources, and geographical inequalities. At the same time, affirmative action policies and rising voter awareness provide important momentum for change. However, women have not yet reached a critical mass. Their ability to influence legislative processes and policy priorities remains limited. Bridging the gap between regulation and implementation is therefore essential to achieve meaningful gender equality in Indonesian politics. I think that's all. That's all for the presentation. I give it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Bagas, for the presentation. I think one of the things that the key findings from this research, even though there is already policies from government for providing quota for women, but it's never been reached, right? Even though it's already almost over than 20 years, right? Yeah, it's never really reached. Okay, thank you, Pak Bagas, for the presentation. Now we are moving on to the next speakers. There is Pak Afrida, Bapak Johnson, Ibu Nur Subiati, Ibu Fatimah Azahra, Ibu Arisa. Is there any member of the research team here? No, if so, okay, so Nur Subiati will be representative of the research team.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderators. So, good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nora Subiati from Andalas University, and today I will present our research about entitled When Main Wave, Gender and Sustainability of Pandai Sike Waving Traditions, conducted in West Sumatra, Indonesia. Okay, so malu gadang rasonyo kalau padusi ndak pandai batanun. This local proverb means it feels deeply shameful if a woman cannot wave. In Pandai Sike, waving has long been associated with women and is a central element of Minangkabau matrilineal society. Traditional waving is not only an art form but also a socio-cultural practice embedding values, identities, and gender norms. Waving is not only a skill but a marker of social capital for women. Yet, demographic and social shift have led to a decline of female participation in waving as young women pursue education and alternative livelihoods. It's often an unexpected part for men to step into a traditionally feminine domain. Their participation is not merely an economic adjustment, but a signal of a social transformation and negotiation between tradition and change. So our research is guided by three main questions. First, why are men now entering the domain of waving? How does this shift affect cultural identity and gender construct in community? And the last one, what are the implications of this transformation for the sustainability of intangible cultural heritage? And we apply Judith Butler concept of gender performativity. He said gender is not something one is, but something one does. Male waving, performing, and negotiating new expressions of masculinity. So we focus on the discussions, and result is emergence of male wavers. Is it a description of adaptations? The ethnographic data from Pandai Sike suggests that men step into waving both as pragmatic and choice and a symbolic act. Waving is not a fixed gender rate domain, but a contest site where participation shifts according to cultural and economic pressures. Reframing waving is adaptive cultural response. The rise of male wavers is not merely a matter of labor supply, but a social legitimacy. The Anak Negari reductions limits weekend learns, raising the issues that whether community policies help preserve of civil traditions. Male entry thus become not only tolerated but necessary, reframing the act of waving as an adaptive cultural response. Survival of waving requires crushing traditional gender boundaries. Male wavers are both descriptions and an adaptation and ensuring continuity. Okay, next slide to the cultural gatekeeping, the Anak Negari reduction and its consequences. So waving is only for anak negari women in Pandai Sike. Waving has traditionally been limited to anak negari women, a form of cultural gatekeeping intended to preserve authenticity. Local readers emphasizes exclusivity, but such reduction to risks fragility. If insiders lose interest, sustainability becomes endangered. Thus, the anak negari reduction illustrates how preservation through exclusivity often produce fragility. The future depends on whether adat leaders can reframe gatekeeping as stewardships that open continuity to broader hands. In Pandai Sike, customary authorities act as gatekeepers, shaping who may learn waving. This reinforces gendered power, but also exposes that fragility as a system sustained only through reductive inheritance. Here, the heritage becomes a marker of belonging, defining by exclusion insiders versus outsiders. Now we negotiating masculinity through waving. Waving is not gender deviant, but it's cultural responsibility. The issue is not merely whether can wave, but how waving redefines men. While historically waving by men was linked into a liminal or hybrid identities, in Pandai Sike, male wavers are not seen as gender deviants, but as cultural responsibility actor. Their work signal on normalizations of masculinity within a traditionally feminine space. In Pandai Sike, men waving represent the negotiation between tradition and modernity, between economic necessity and cultural pride. The loom becomes a site where masculinity is reconstructed as cooperative rather than competitive, representative rather than domineering. By inherit waving, they also inherit the symbolic lineage of femininity. Okay, next slide. Okay, sorry for the. So, male weavers preserve tradition while innovating economically. As artisans and entrepreneurs, they embody empowerment and adaptability. Yet, challenge remains physically strains, economic competition, and social stigma, making masculinity in weaving both negotiable and central cultural resilience. Okay. So the emergence of male weavers, a pragmatic response to cultural crisis. The emergence of male weavers in Pandai Sike reflect both demographic decline and economic necessity, as younger women live weaving for education and alternative livelihood. Men steps in to sustain household income, the safeguard cultural continuity. The case suggests weaving has never been internally female. It always been open to renegotiation. Weaving is a site where gender boundaries bend to cultural and economic needs. In Pandai Sike, men now carry burdens, inherit not just technique but also responsibility, motive, and memory. They destabilize the nations of cultural memory as exclusivity feminine. Initially ridiculed, male gained legitimacy has been secured through necessity. Okay, that's it from my presentations. Thank you. Back to the moderator.
Thank you, Ibu Nursudiati, for the presentation. She tries to highlight the issue of gender in the context of local culture, which is about the tradition of weaving tradition in Pandai Sike. Now let's invite the next presenters on the list. We have Bapak Andik Beni Saputra, Bapak Zulfatli, Bapak Muhammad Nabil Aska, Ibu Marsha Parafadilah, and it will be represented by Nabil, Bapak Nabil, who will be presenting the research paper titled Between Quotas and Patronage, Islamist Parties and Women's Electability in Indonesian Politics.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Today, we will present our study titled Between Quotas and Patronage, Islamist Party and Women's Electability in Indonesian Politics. This research in collaboration between Andik Beni Saputra, Zulfatli, Muhammad Nabilaska, and Marsha Farah Fadila. Indonesia has adopted a 30% quota for women's representation in legislative bodies. Yet, from 1999 until the 2024 election, this target has never been achieved. In West Sumatra, this situation is unique. The Minangkabau society follow a matrilineal system where women hold symbolic leadership roles, bundo kanduang. However, women's political representation is still very low. For example, after the 2024 election, only 10 out 65 members in the provincial parliament were women. Our study asks, why do Islamist parties, especially PKS, struggle to elect women lawmakers compared to the nationalist parties? From 2014 to 2029, women legislator in West Sumatra increased slowly. 6 in period 2014, 4 seat in 2019, and 10 in 2019 to 2024 to 2029. Most of them came from nationalist parties such as Golkar, Democrat, and PDIP. Islamist parties only managed to secure their 3 seats for women in last period. We use the framework of vote-buying and personalism politics. In Indonesian open list system, individual candidates must rely on their own resources and Indonesian open list system. Individual candidate must rely on their own resource and network. Political parties only provide the ticket. After that, candidate compete on their own. Victory depends heavily on financial capital and social capital. Male politicians usually dominate these resorts, leaving women at a disadvantage. Therefore, we argue that the imbalance of access to money and network explain the weak electability of women in Islamist parties. From our interview, we found that PKS provides support for its female candidates, such as training and campaign banner, but this support was not enough. Voters often base their choice on material benefit or family ties. Women who lack money or strong social roots could not compete effectively. However, women with strong community background, such as activists in Muhammadiyah, example, were able to define their vote base. The problem is that not all PKS women candidates had this advantage. To include, in highly personalized election, social and financial capital are the key to victory. Islamist parties like PKS need to go beyond providing campaign tools. They must strengthen cadre development, especially for women, so that female candidates have stronger grassroots network. By doing this, women's representation in Islamic parties can increase and better reflection but the culture and democratic aspiration of society. This is the end of our presentation. Conclusion, please. In short, women in Islamist parties face structural barriers, but with stronger social capital and party support, their electability can be improved. Thank you very much, and give me back moderator.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Bapak Nabil. Yeah, I think the presentation was about the role of Islamist Party and also the participation of women, right, in the context of West Sumatra. Thank you, Bapak Nabil, for the presentation. Now I will invite the next presenters. We have Bapak Diego here and Ibu Yayu Lestari. Ibu Yayu will present the paper titled Young Female Voters in the 2024 West Sumatra Regional Election. To Ibu Yayu, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. So maybe I will first talk about the title. We change little bit the title into platform affordances and political participation of young women in West Sumatra. So our team, Mr. Diego and I myself, Yayu Lestari. We start from the background. The gender gap internet access in Indonesia is small. Female user contribute 49% in data in 2024. It means the differences are around 2% within the male. And also women age from 16 to 24 spend around 3 hours a day on social media. Is slightly longer than men of the same age. So we can conclude that men and women have the same behavior how they use social media and same proportion men and women. But the problem is about the visibility barriers. While the men tend to more vocal, tend to can speak whatever they want, women usually preserve. They don't want to express their political expression. So maybe also I remember what the keynote speaker yesterday she mentioned about men's fear. So usually men tend to taking care each other men, while women not superwoman. Woman hate woman. So women have two enemy. I don't know. We can call enemy, men and women hate each other. We can see in commuter line for like KRL. If you go to woman section, usually it's more. I mean the competition is a more grateful. It's a very rigid, but yeah, we don't have support from women and we don't have support from men either. And also from breakdown, recent Indonesian studies indicate social media boosts women political participation. So I found the research before. They indicate positive finding across platform from Hidayat. But in West Sumatra,
from AJI, Aliansi Jurnalis Independent, and Monash University. They have monitoring in August and November 2024, and they place West Sumatra in the top 5 provinces for hate speech levels on TikTok and X during local election, underscoring the need for moderation, norms, and reporting channels. So I think it's also the concern and the problem how we create the atmosphere to women feel comfortable to interact with the political content. By we mean by political doesn't mean that like you need to engage with the politician only, but also interact with the public issues. So this is our problem focus. In local elections, social media over powerful affordance, visibility, editability, persistent association, and spreadability that change how citizens engage with politics. Yet, features alone may not move people from exposure to action. So we can get exposure from the political content, but whether we get in, we do something after the content exposure. So that's our problem focus. So women tend to consume political information at rates comparable to men, but express or share comment less often in open spaces. So rarely women tend to express their opinion, express their engagement in public sphere. And so I think it's the implication for Indonesia. So it's only all male panels, male react or male comment other male. How about women? So that's our research question. To what extent do perceived platform affordance relate to political participation? And the second one is, to what extent does digital engagement predict and operational carry participation? And the last one is, which interaction formats and contexts are most effective for converting young women from consumption to interaction, and also after that into action? I will explain about just a little bit about our theoretical framework. So we talk about platform affordance, enable or make easier political acts, and also digital engagement, user practices that active participation, and also political participation, including platform enable acts that cluster separately from classic models. So this is our, I think I will move to the methodology. We use Google Forms to share the questionnaire, and we target young voters, young women, and the sample size is 100, determined using the Lemso formula. And this is our mechanism, X1, X2, and Y, mediated pathway. There is platform affordance, and also digital engagement, and political participation. Okay, so I will just coming to the our results. So the result is so participation is driven not merely by the presence of feature, so but by how actively they engage. So the case in what we finding is not the exposure, but the engagement is the most important thing. And if we treat the X1 and X2 differently, so the most important thing is a digital engagement. But if we conclude in one section X1, X2, and Y, so the platform affordance also is important. But in my research, it's more important to digital engagement rather than media exposure. How to what to start and what to continue. Stop one-way broadcast content that exists on the platform.
start to ensure every content has minimum interaction, continue primetime evenings. So we need to more engage with the young woman, make them comfortable with the platform. For example, we ask them to have what we call CTA. CTA is a call to action, like do this or vote this or come to this section. So we need to make them more engaged, not just one-way communication. Because one-way communication it doesn't have a effect to the engagement. um, the indicator for engagement like replay rate, comment depth, NDM, and also for indicator for participation, sign up, attendance, active volunteers, you can maximize this this platform. I think that's all. That's all from us. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Bu Yayu, for the insightful presentation. Basically, Bu Yayu tries to bring up the issue that actually women and men have different approach when it comes to engagement with political issue. Then, yeah, of course, there is something that we can do to, to provoke or to push women to engage more with those political issues, especially in digital sphere. The next one is Ibu Mariam Jamilah and Ibu Wardani. Is there any representative of the team? No. So we are moving on to the last presenter for this session, Bapak Andri Rusta, Bapak Asrinaldi, Bapak Leo Agustino, dan Ibu Irawati. So Bapak Andri Rusta will present the research paper titled Gender Inclusive Health Policy Innovation, a Contextual Study of Padang City.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Mr. Rifki, as a moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I don't need to introduce myself, I think. I'm Andri Rusta, and today I will present our research title, Gender Inclusive Health Policy Innovation, a contextual study of Padang City. Actually, this is a part of my proposal, dissertation proposal, but because I have some what we call subject in my doctoral degree, so I must join the conference. This study seeks to understand how gender responsive health policy can be innovated and institutionalized in decentralized urban setting like Padang, Indonesia. Oh, you don't have slide, right? Okay. Health is a fundamental right, yet in practice many local government, including Padang, struggle to make health service truly inclusive, especially for women and marginalized group. Our research explore policy innovation, not just a technical process, but as a social and institutional challenge that involve multiple actor, layer of powers, and access to digital tools. We ground this study into two frameworks, Ansel and Torfing, collaborative innovation theory, which explain how public innovation can emerge from multi-actor collaboration. And the second one is diffusion of innovation by Rogers, which help analyze how digital tools spread or fail to spread within public health system. The research question is, we are aimed to answer the core question, how can gender inclusive health policy innovation be developed and institutionalized in Padang City? To break it down, we asked three sub questions. What institutional, socio-cultural, and political and technological factors shape this innovation? How do actors collaborate or fail to collaborate? The actor can be collaborate or fail to collaborate across government, civil society, and health providers. And what roles do digital platform play in enabling inclusive health policy? From our literature review, there are three main research gaps emerge. First, there is limited empirical research on gender inclusive health policy innovation at the city level in Indonesia. And then secondly is while collaboration innovation is widely studied, it is I think it's rare focus on the health sector through a gender lens. So the first one, if we find about health policy innovation, is very rare. Research about that, and then we focus to the gender lens is very more rare. The third, although the digital health tools are gaining attention, their role in inclusive policy process remain underexplored, especially in the centralized setting. This research try to fill these three gaps simultaneously. The methodology, we use qualitative case study approach in Padang City. Our data was collected through in-depth interview with health official and then women organization and community leaders, and then we try to analyze the document of health plans, budget and policy such as RPJMD and then Dinas Kesehatan, and then we try to participatory observation in public planning forums like Musrenbang. Analysis was guided by the theoretical framework I mentioned earlier, focusing on innovation, diffusion, and collaboration. We found that the health policy in Padang remain highly centralized. So remain highly centralized and target driven with little gender sensitivity. For example, over 67% of the health budget is spent on salaries. So to pay doctor, to pay nurse, to pay so many people, and then last 10% is direct toward inclusion or innovation. There is no local regulation that mandate gender disaggregate data or gender responsive planning. Even though Padang is rooted in matrilineal culture, women's role in policy making remain symbolic. So there's no role woman for policy making. Digital innovation like Smile is smart vaccine logistic system. This is for COVID-19, and Dr. Warga that like Mr. Fadli said yesterday exists, but they not designed through a GESI, gender equality and social inclusion framework. So Mr. Fadli maybe before yesterday said that we have so many policy, but actually it's not from they don't use GESI. I mean they don't use gender equality and sexual and social inclusion framework to make the policy. And then we found out some key institution like budget. There are more than 352 billion annual budget and for universal BPJS coverage. Like if you know, there's a BPJS gratis, but then the more than 60% is for salary. And then the culture matrilineal tradition like Bundo Kanduang, we have Bundo Kanduang, we have GOW, we have so many women's group, but then there have limited translation into policy from the participation. So the woman just put in just the symbol. They don't have anything to do. So I highlight this table actually summarize the institutional gaps, highlight strength in infrastructure but weakness in gender integration and innovation. The second one, the collaboration gaps. Collaboration is acknowledged on the paper but institutionalized in practice. I mean there are so many about collaboration. Actually Mr. Fadli said we want menggerakkan segala potensi like the visi misi on visi of Kota Padang, but the institutionalized actually in the practice is not like that. The woman empower office leads gender programs, but the health office work in silos. And then civil society and women group are often seen as executor but not creator. There is no task force or working group force focus on gender health policy innovation. I think the last I try to next policy recommendation. Next slide. Policy recommendation. Yeah. Based on these findings, there's a lot of findings, but we recommend 5 action. First one is establish a gender health innovation task force involving all stakeholder, create a local regulation that mandate gender responsive health governance, and then integrated GACI principle into digital health design, and then institutionalize collaboration beyond symbolic participation, and then build capacity for inclusive planning among health worker and policymaker. So the conclusion is, I can say like this, if we want collaboration, it's not just consultation, it's not just put it in the lens, but if you want collaboration, you must be creation, not only just put the woman as a symbol in the vision mission, in their vision mission. So I mean, our study contributed to the theory by integrating collaborative governance, innovation, and diffusion. Practically, we hope it's informed not only in Padang but other decentralized city across Indonesia. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Pak Andri, as the last presenter in the session. Pak Andri tries to focus on the issue of gender in the context of health policy innovation in Kota Padang. So now we have come to the session of for Q&A session. If the presenters or the member of audience would like to ask question, yeah, feel free to raise your hand and mention your name and also to whom you address the question. Ibu would like to give a question? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the chance. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I am Sri Mariati from the Economic Faculty. I want to ask the question for Pak Andri, because I just follow the presentation. Before I not follow completely, but for your presentation I follow. I just want to ask about how you measure in your research to indicate the gender gap in the health, because in our planning from the central until in region, if we talk about the health, we talk about the SDGs. In pillar of SDGs, there is no one left behind. It means that who are you, wherever you are, you have to be cared by the health by the government. The first one. The second one, especially for Padang region, you said that there is no regulation. If you see, there are so many regulations actually, especially about stunting. How to handle the blood in Indonesia, we call it blood. RSUD is blood. This under the regulation of the government. Okay, so the problem of health not only in Padang but also in Indonesia today, we face the new regulation, Undang-Undang Kesehatan 17/2023 that said there is no special budget, there is no mandatory budget anymore for the health. This is the problem. Before, every region in Indonesia should prepare 10% of the budget to use to the health care. But today it depends on the condition of the money, the condition of the budget of each region. If you more rich, you can give more for the society. But if you don't have enough money, it's difficult for you actually to give enough facility for the care. You know, in Indonesia today, we only have in average 20% ability in local income. In Indonesia, we call it pendapatan asli daerah. What can we do with this money? So we very need the transfer from the central government. And today we also have problem because the central government cut 30% money, 30% fund from the transfer to the local. So I just want to say that if what we talk about the healthy care, actually, it is difficult to say about the gender, yeah, because everybody, not only about the gender, the age, and all of the aspect of our life should be access for the healthy, especially if you talk about the SDGs healthy care. Maybe that's for me. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak Andri would like to respond to the question and comments from Ibu Sri.
Bahasa Indonesia. No, I try to use English, but I will mix it. Okay. Actually, I very agree with you. There's a lot of money, there's a lot of policy, but in my paper, we try to use GESI, gender frame. Jadi kalau dilihat ada banyak, sama seperti yang disampaikan oleh Pak Wali kemarin, ada banyak kebijakan yang dibuat oleh pemerintah kota dan ada banyak juga aturan-aturan yang dibuat oleh pemerintah kota. Tapi di dalam kajian kami, karena ini kajiannya gender Bu, jadi dalam kajian kami itu kami bisa sebut bahwa mereka tidak menggunakan gender frame. I mean, they just think about the woman need this, woman need something else. But then they don't frame it from the eyes of the woman, the lens of the gender lens. That's what I mean. And the second one, the first one, when you ask about how we frame the what? Wait a minute. How to measure the indicate gap in the health? Actually, a lot of in my paper, I try to explore three items, Bu. Yang pertama itu adalah tadi yang saya sampaikan bahwa di kolaborasi memang ada program-program, ada uang. Bahkan di Kota Padang itu hampir 352 miliar untuk Kota Padangnya, untuk kesehatan Kota Padang. Tapi itu hanya untuk membayar BPJS coverage 99%, kemudian membayar uang gaji atau insentif-insentif tadi. Tapi kemudian untuk yang inovasinya itu hanya sekitar 10%-an gitu, kurang dari 10% inovasinya. Nah kemudian ketika kita melihat dalam point of view woman, artinya womannya bundo kanduangnya juga tidak ditranslatekan ke dalam polisinya. Mereka hanya sebagai partisipan, mereka hanya diundang, kemudian mereka tidak pernah ditanyakan apa sih sebenarnya kebutuhan dari si perempuan. Misalnya ketika Pak Wali kemarin bilang, oh kami ada kok, walaupun saya sebenarnya tim Pak Wali juga gitu, tapi ketika saya memandangnya di dalam perspektif ini ya Bu, dalam perspektif gender lens-nya itu sebenarnya tidak ada gitu. Tapi kalau misalnya Ibu bilang tadi bahwa sudah ada banyak anggaran, benar, uangnya sudah banyak, kebijakannya sudah banyak, bahkan belutnya sudah Kota Padang itu sudah nomor 1 gitu, sudah sangat bagus. Tapi kemudian di gender lens-nya itu tidak ada. Gitu. Itu yang poin kedua yang kita ingin sampaikan. Nah kemudian artinya di gender JC-nya tidak ada. Nah kemudian juga kalau misalnya kita lihat dari keterlibatan dari actor of collaboration, we have health departmentnya don't have any link with gender agency or CSO, and then the CSO rarely include in policy creation or policy monitoring. They just join if jika ada penyuluhannya mereka datang sebagai peserta, tapi kemudian mereka pun ketika misalnya di DP3AP 2KB pun dia tidak terintegrated juga ke health systemnya yang desain health systemnya tadi gitu. Nah jadi riset ini sebenarnya Bu, ini agak karena ini gender ya. Sebenarnya riset aslinya kan memang hanya membuat inovasi kebijakan kesehatannya, tapi ketika dia dilihat dalam gender lens-nya, di situ dia yang menjadi ini. Tapi kalau misalnya kita lihat dengan using I mean like patriarchic lens gitu, I mean just a normal lens, so we don't have any problem about health innovation in Padang. But when we see it from the gender lens, that's the problem, because I think the woman in Padang, I mean
in our perspective, the women's just apa ya, hanya simbol saja, tapi mereka sebenarnya tidak pernah kok dilibatkan dalam dalam membuat kebijakan, tidak pernah di ini gitu. Dan jadi perspektifnya si laki-laki gitu. Kenapa? Karena yang membuat visi misinya ya si laki-laki tadi gitu. Nah, misalnya kemudian kebijakan polisinya pemerintah kota tentang BPJS, kemudian polisinya pemerintah kota tentang dokter warga atau kemarin Pak Wali bilang warga emas gitu yang disampaikan Bu Khadijah ya disampaikan Bu Khadijah. Warga emas itu kan tidak is not in gender frames, it's just itu hanya untuk semua gitu. Tapi ketika dia disebut di dalam gender frames-nya itu yang kita kritik gitu, bahwa itu belum ada gitu. Mungkin maybe like that I think. But you can comment more. Thank you.
Jadi ketika kita bicara we talk about the health services, we focus on the accessibility. We focus on the facility for the society. So we not look at the gender in this case. Yeah, we just look at how to give the same facility, the same accessibility for any society in our city. Whatever they are, whoever they are, wherever they are. We have more than 100 kelurahan. So each kelurahan should have the same access to the healthy care. Maybe this for the view of the planner, the view of also the policy maker in our city. Maybe like that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the questions, Ibu Sri, and also the comprehensive explanation from Pak Andri. Is there any other questions or comments from the presenter? Yes, please.
Thank you for moderator. My name is Natasha from Andalas University. My question is addressed to Ms. Nur Subiati. In your theme research, is the involvement of men in the weaving tradition of Pandai Sikek mainly driven by a cultural awareness that weaving or menenun is not inherently a gendered occupation, or is it more influenced by economic pressure? For example, as more women from Pandai Sikek migrant to work outside the religion, so household income declines, and I don't know, maybe Wali Nagari encouragement to take up menenun or weaving, but dibalut dengan narasi or embel-embel cultural negotiation. I think that's all from me, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha, for the question. So the question is about the driving factors, the reasons why men choose to be in part of weaving tradition in Pandai Sikek. Is it driven by cultural awareness or economic reasons? Ibu Nur Subiati would like to respond? Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for the question, Natasha. So, izinkan saya menjawab dalam bahasa Indonesia sedikit. Jadi, laki-laki itu tidak pernah diminta atau disarankan untuk bertenun saat saya kurang ekonomi saya sedang rusak gitu. Jadi apakah dari pemerintah itu tidak pernah, kamu nonton aja, nggak pernah seperti itu. Jadi kayak so they take a space in so yeah, they wave based on their own adaptations. They do it of their own free will, looking at the economic situation and seeing how women are less interested in waving because they also because there are many other opportunities for women now and outside gitu. Mungkin seperti itu jawaban saya. Terima kasih.
Itu berarti negara ekonomi mereka yang mulai menurun apa memang karena cultural awareness of gender?
Kami yang datang ke Pandai Sike itu melihat bahwa laki-laki bertendun itu nggak hanya karena alasan ekonomi gitu, tapi laki-laki bertendun itu pada akhirnya mereka itu menjadi penjaga dari warisan budaya mereka, yaitu bertenun. Karena di Pandai Sike itu ada larangan untuk mengajarkan ilmu bertenun ini kepada orang dari luar daerah gitu. Jadi pengetahuan bertenun Pandai Sike ini hanya diturunkan kepada anak nagari Pandai Sike gitu. Nah, perempuan mereka itu setelah sekarang kan memang sudah kesetaraan gender ini memang sudah jadi pembahasan di mana-mana, termasuk di Pandai Sike gitu. Jadi mereka sekarang perempuan itu punya pekerjaan, tidak hanya di rumah bertenun, mereka menjadi guru, mereka jadi PNS dan segala macam. Lalu kemudian tradisi bertenun ini tuh menjadi side job gitu. Ketika mereka pulang bekerja, mereka bertenun. Kemudian lama-kelamaan anak-anak sekolah dan mereka juga tidak punya waktu untuk bertenun karena pulang sekolah mereka itu mereka belajar mengerjakan tugas sekolah gitu. Nah, di sini kami melihat laki-laki yang masuk ke ruang ini, laki-laki yang bertenun ini, mereka itu sebenarnya menjaga menjaga warisan ini loh, menjaga pengetahuan ini untuk bisa diteruskan ke anak-anak mereka lagi gitu. Di saat perempuan sekarang itu sudah sedikit yang bertenun, anak-anak mudanya yang perempuan juga ada yang sudah gak tertarik lagi dengan bertenun gitu. Jadi laki-laki yang masuk ke ruangan itu, ke ruang bertenun ini tuh seperti apa ya, mereka menjaga dari warisan ini gitu. Jadi sebenarnya itu kami melihat seperti itu. Tapi pada dasarnya mereka beralasan bertandun kok yang bisa rasanya awak kerajaan, iko kesempatan yang bisa awak dapet, awak baladang ndak punya, jadi awak bisa bekerja dengan bertandun buat saya lainnya kayak gitu. Mungkin demikian. Terima kasih.
Thank you for the answer, Ibu Nursubiati. I think we still have an opportunity for one more question from the participants or member of audience. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for moderator. I want to ask to Mr. Nabil. Okay. The reality of the ground show that women political participation that remain very limited. My fundamental question is whether this low representation is mainly due to problem in party cadre system and ideology, or rather because of voter perception that are less accepting of women legislative members. Okay.
Thank you for the question. And your name is?
Okay, I'm sorry. My name Aldi from Andalas University.
Okay, Aldi. Thank you for the question. So your question basically is about questioning whether the problems of women's representative is it coming from the political parties or from the voters.
Okay. First, I'm speak in Indonesia biar lebih jelas. Jadi sesuai dengan riset yang kami lakukan kemarin beberapa hari yang lalu bahwa menunjukkan ada hanya 10 kursi presentasi DPRD partai di DPRD Sumbar begitu. Nah, itu adalah yang tertinggi dari 3 pemilihan umum sebelumnya. Tapi hanya 10, dan dari 10 itu hanya 3 yang dari partai Islam, 7 diantara dari partai nasionalis. Nah, setelah kami melakukan wawancara mendalam pun ternyata ini bukan hanya persoalan ideologi kepartaian. Ini lebih dari hal tersebut. Bahwa ternyata setidaknya ada beberapa faktor yang bisa kami sampaikan penyebab rendah keterwakilan, apalagi khususnya pada partai-partai Islam di Sumatera Barat konteksnya. Pertama itu pada modal kapitalnya, di mana banyak calon-calon dari perempuan ini tidak memiliki modal kapital yang mencukupi. Lalu modal sosial, nah modal sosial ini juga jauh lebih penting daripada modal kapital. Bahwa ada salah satu calon yang ternyata tembus karena dia berafiliasi pada Muhammadiyah dan lain sebagainya. Jadi memang dibutuhkan modal kapital dan modal sosial, tapi pada conclusionnya modal sosial itu bisa lebih mendorong lebih baik daripada modal kapital itu sendiri. Jadi modal sosial lebih penting begitu. Nah, jadi di sini kami harap partai politik mampu lebih mendorong fungsi sosialisasi dan fungsi kaderisasinya untuk ke akar rumput dan untuk masuk ke jejaring komunitas yang lebih dalam. Mungkin begitu.
Apalagi kita sebagai wilayah di Sumatera Barat ya yang menganut Islam gitu, saya lihat kayaknya masyarakat di sini tuh lebih prefer untuk memilih pemimpin itu dari laki-laki. Ya itu juga termasuk dari pemilihan legislatif gitu. Apakah itu menjadi salah satu faktor juga ketika kita bisa lihat bagaimana keterwakilan perempuan itu menjadi menurun karena ya voters itu lebih memilih ya udah pemimpin itu ya laki-laki, jadi kita akan memilih laki-laki gitu, atau bagaimana dari penelitian Bapak Nabil?
Oke, pertanyaan bagus ya. Jadi kalau kita lihat dari perspektifnya voters itu bahwa ternyata di pemilu 2024 election 2024 itu adalah pemilu yang paling deras politik uang, money politics. Jadi balik lagi ke modal kapital tadi, bahwa kita tidak bisa serta-merta melihat voter itu hanya cenderung ke pemilih yang gender satu dan tidak gender lainnya begitu. Tapi memang politik uang di sana bermain, dan sumber daya ini secara fakta ya, sumber daya yang dimiliki politisi pria khususnya di Sumatera Barat, DPRD as a sample, itu jauh lebih besar daripada sumber daya yang dimiliki oleh perempuan begitu. Bahkan dalam kasus PKS misalnya, itu hanya satu perempuan dari PKS yang naik ke DPRD Sumbar, dan itu pun karena terdorong juga oleh ketokohan dari pria. Nah begitu, jadi ya gabungan modal kapital dan modal sosial tadi. Oke, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Pak Nabil. So I think we have come to the end of our session. Please give big round of applause to all presenters. So thank you very much for our presenters and also active participation from the member of audience. So that will be all for our session this afternoon. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
should understand gender, politics and public policy, gender and intersectionality. This session provides us with a valuable opportunity to engage in critical dialogue about the ways in which gender intersects with power, governance, and policy making. As we know, gender does not operate in isolation. Without further delay, let us begin our session. And I just want to remind you all, for each presenter, only have 7 minutes for duration. So we have to remind about the duration. I kindly invite Ibu Adila for the first speaker to deliver her presentation. Yeah, Ibu Adila, please welcome.
Sendiri ya, nyamannya ibu, gimana senyamannya ibu? Salam kenal ibu, Nongki Hasan. Ada ibu Noverika juga. Iya, oh itu ibu Noverika ya. Ya, maksudnya beda tim. Sama ini, sama dan kami anaknya sama-sama di Asia aja itu berjumpa. Tampilin gitu ya, tadi sudah diingatkan tadi. Saya ingatkan kembali. Bagi dipilih dulu. Apa mau ibu mulai sekarang kan saja? Saya kan. Oh, terlalu kecil. Mengajar, saya mau ngajar. Kita 3 hal yang sudah sebutkan sedikit aja dulu. Jadi kenapa aku ikut?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adila Kasni Astena. I am lecturer in Medical Faculty of Andalas University. So this afternoon I want to present you about our research entitled The Analysis of Treatment Compliance and Family Support of People with HIV/AIDS in Pariaman City in 2025 with my friends, Dainti Oktalina Junior Lestari. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, this is the background of our research that HIV/AIDS cases worldwide increases every year, but the patients are not compliant with the treatment of HIV called ARV in antiretroviral obatnya gitu ya. So we can see that most of people living with HIV/AIDS is in productive age, and then the more than 500,000 in 2023 and 2025, and then we know that the viral suppression is achieved when the viral load in HIV/AIDS patient blood is so that is
undetectable by the standard test. So this is achieved after a person regularly takes medicine. Next slide, please. You can see this is the HIV patient, the performance of HIV patient. And in West Sumatra, it is the same case that HIV cases in West Sumatra increased more than 600 by 2024, and the units is not, the units target for West Sumatra is not remains far from the 95% target. So it is important to understand the treatment compliance and family support in ARV treatments adherence. Next slide. That. Okay, next. It's too small. Okay, so the method is, this is an observational study. This is a descriptive study, and to determine the picture of HIV patient treatment adherence. And then this research was conducted at the care support and treatment, we call PDP, Puskesmas PDP, and the PDP Rumah Sakit PDP Hospital in Pariaman City. And then the population in the study were HIV patient, and sampling was carried out an accidental sampling technique with a sample size of 54 people. Data analyzed use descriptive analysis and presented in the form of the table and narratives. This is the result. Most of the people, the patient in the age of less than 40 years old, and then most of them male and education high, working status, have a job, and then living with the family, but the non-compliance with the standard therapy about 27.8. Next slide, please. Next. So the HIV positive individuals were not adherence caused by forgetfulness, and then most of them boredom. I think bosan ya, boredom. And then intentionally skipping medication in the past 2 weeks, and then reducing or stopping medication without consultation with the doctor, and then forgetting to bring medication during traveling, and then stopping medication due to feeling well. Sudah merasa sehat gitu, jadi berhenti minum obat ARV-nya. And then it is also about difficulty remembering the schedule of medication, 11.1%. And then this is our result from qualitative, that we can see the scheme that the qualitative said that it is important of the role of the family, the importance of the role of the family for HIV treatment. And then family can be a supporter for people with HIV. And the subtheme is HIV patient response to family support is positive, and then HIV/AIDS patient need family support during therapy. So the ODHA ya kalau ini people with HIV and AIDS need support from the family. Next. We can see that qualitative indicates that most people living with HIV receive family support in the form of acceptance of their condition. Family support can be motivate HIV positive patient to adherence to the treatment, leading to the adherence, and then it comes from the parents, spouse, suami atau istri, children-in-law, and siblings. And then, however, in some cases, the family were less support because far from the family, and the family support is needed to improve ARV adherence. So we can give support to HIV patient, to adherence to the treatment by listening to their needs, learn about HIV, and then encourage them to start HIV treatment and then support medication adherence. Next. Okay. So I think family support is needed to improve RFV adherence. This support can emotionally, informationally, instrumentally, and rewardly. Family involvement is essential in improving PL-HIV treatment adherence. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu Adila. Okay, thank you for your attention. Since Ibu Adila will go back to the campus, so we will open for maybe Q&A session. So please welcome for anyone to ask to Ibu Adila, please. Please. Anyone? Okay, her title is The Analysis of Treatment, Complaints and Family Support of People with HIV/AIDS in Pariaman City in 20 and 25. Yes, this is an interesting topic. Ada Bapak Ibu?
Enough.
Okay, maybe from me, Ibu, because this is an interesting topic. So I really want to ask, what is your experience during your research in 21 and 25 in Pariaman City? Yes, please, Ibu.
Okay, thank you so much for the question, Ibu Nur Hasana ya, Ibu Novi Hasana. So we can see that the adherence of for treatment in HIV/AIDS is very challenging because in the one side we should support the patient to consume the treatment medicine regularly, but in the side, the other side, the patient is like afraid to the family, so he or she didn't give the information about the status. I am healthy, not HIV/AIDS patient, because if they describe their status to the family, maybe the family will be shocked and then give stigma to the patient. So I think it's very challenging, including in selected sampling. So most of sampling not the status of HIV/AIDS is not well known by the family. So in one side we want to give support with our medical perspective, but in other side they concerned about the stigma from the family and from the environment. I think we should not only encourage the patient but also encourage the environment. So this is this is the fact. HIV/AIDS increase more and more, and then we should open-minded about the cases. So if maybe the family suffer from the HIV, so I think maybe the first tanggapan is maybe shock maybe, but we should encourage our family. This is the disease that there is medicine. You only take medicine regularly to lower the viral load. I mean the HIV is not tidak bisa sembuh, but the viral load, the virus, the concentrate of the virus in the blood can be low, so the performance is not so bad. I think that's all. Thank you.
Give it applause for Ibu Adila. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue on site or online. Okay, online. Right. So we have Pak Muharman here. Yeah, we have Pak Muharman. Yeah. Good afternoon, Pak Muharman. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad to see you here on the screen. So we have 7 minutes for your presentation. Please, Bapak.
Okay. Thank you for opportunity. And I will present several points from the research entitled Children Participation in Decision Making, Systematic Literature Review of Concept, Barriers, Enabling Factor, and Policy Implication. I'm very sorry. I'm apologize for turning off my camera because I'm still driving for something important. Okay. My research, the children participation in decision making, a systematic review of concept, barriers, enabling factor, and policy implication. But the background for my research, the first. The first basic principle of participation in the Convention on the Right of the Child, and the second of in Indonesian we have many population children similar or equivalent 13 percent, but in reality children's involvement in the policy making process remain very limited. Based on EU report from UNICEF, survey of 1,687 young respondents showed that only 13% of children and adolescents had ever attended public meetings such as Musrenbang in the village, district, city, or national level. Only 38% of children understand how to participate in this forum, while 60% of young people are not even aware of the existence of the Children Forum or Musrenbang. This data indicates low level of children participation in decision-making process that affect them. And then research purpose and question research to examine the concept foundation of child participation, identify enabling and barrier factor, and assess its impact of the quality of public policies.
Can you display your PowerPoint presentation, Bapak, while you presenting your topic, so your PowerPoint can be see clearly here. Thank you, Bapak. Okay, you may continue, Bapak, please. Thank you.
Foundation of child participation, identify enabling and barrier factor, and assess its impact on the quality of public policies. And we have three questions of research. What is the true concept of child participation? Number two, what are the barriers and enabling factor? And the third, what impact does child participation have on the quality of the resulting public policies? Methodology. This study, we use a systematic literature review to examine the concept foundation of child participation, identify enabling and barrier factors, and assess its impact on the quality of public policies. Many articles we use a total of 1,112 articles were initially retrieved from the academic database Corpus using the keyword child participation. After screening, we have 79 articles meet the inclusion criteria for detailed analysis. The finding reveal the meaningful child participation involve recognize children as active citizens with agency, competence, and autonomy, rather than passive recipient of adult decision. Child participation not only fulfill children's rights, but also enhance the relevance, equity, and effectiveness of public policies. We have three barriers. Number one, several structural and cultural barriers hinder its realization. Prevailing adult-centric perception often dismiss children's capacity to contribute sustainability, reinforcing power imbalance that reduce participation to tokenist gesture. The second, many participatory platforms exist only in formal structure and fail to ensure inclusivity, particularly for children from marginalized communities or those with disabilities. The third, limited awareness and capacity among both adults and children undermine the effectiveness of this mechanism. Enabling factor in the research is include robust legal and policy framework that institutionalize participation, capacity building initiative for children and adults, and inclusive bottom-up participatory approach that integrates children's voice into government process. When implemented effectively, such mechanism empower children, build civic competence, and create more responsive and sustainable policies. Notably, structured participation platform provide opportunities for children to transition from passive beneficiaries to active contributors in shaping policies in affected life. And implication for public places in we research is engaging children meaningful help them transition from passive recipient to active citizen with their right. It also provides opportunity to create policies that are relevant and based on children's needs. A bottom-up approach actively involves children in shaping policies and practices that directly affect their life. And then this approach is grounded in the value of empowerment and inclusivity. Ensure that children involvement in decision making result in strategies that amplify their voices, perspective, and experiences. And then conclusion is the research. In conclusion, advancing meaningful children participation is not only a legal and moral imperative, but also a strategic approach to achieving inclusive and effective government. Urgent multi-level intervention are required to dismantle systematic barrier, strengthen participatory capacity, and embed children voice in all steps of policy design and implementation. Such efforts are essential for ensure that children are recognized and engaged as equal stakeholders in shaping a more just and inclusive society. And then recommendation, this study highlight the transformative potential of child participation in improving public policy outcome. However, the urgency to address persistent gaps in implementation remain high. Despite widespread establishment of participatory forum, participation rates among children remain low, and many are unaware of the right and opportunity to engage in public decision making. This gap highlights the need to more inclusive and transformative strategies that move beyond formal structure and address underlying socio-cultural barriers. And then measuring tools are needed to determine the meaningful of children participation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bapak Unand, for this presentation. And then we will give
to the next participant, Ibu Ria. Ibu Ria? Yeah, please, Ibu. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please, Ibu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Andri. Good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ria Etlina. I'm sorry, I'm the first. Okay. It is an honor for me to present my research entitled Family Decision Making Communication in Minangkabau, the involvement of women group in domestic and public affairs in homeland and diaspora. The Minangkabau is widely recognized as a matrilineal society in the world. In this system, women hold central position, especially in family economy and domestic decision making with the rumah gadang. However, a paradox exists. Although women possess symbolic power in the domestic sphere, public and adat forum remain strongly influenced and dominated by men, especially Ninik Mama and Penghulu. And then research focus. This study focus on the involvement of Minangkabau women group in decision-making communication both in the homeland and diaspora. First, how women participate in domestic decision-making within the extended family and rumah gadang. Second, how women negotiate public issue in adat forum and community organization. And theoretical framework. This research applied to main theoretical framework. First, agenda setting theory, which explain how certain issue gain priority in communication space. And second, culture policy theory, which examine how culture, value, and adat shape the roles parties of communication. And key finding domestic shift. in the domestic shift, Minangkabau women play a dominant role in family decision making. The are key actor in child's education, household economy, and integrated. And family communication usually take place through internal consensus in the rumah gadang, where women the dynamic discussion. And this study highlight the paradox of women roles in Minangkabau society. At the domestic level, women are the primary decision makers, yet in public and adat forum men domain the final framing and legislative and legitimity. And diaspora, however, a woman gain broader opportunities to lead social, economic, and culture organization, fragmenting and reinterpretation of added value and contribution. This research provide the main contribution fears in enrich in the theoretical understanding of gender-based decision-making communication in material societies, and second, in reveal how adat value shape communication and power distribution in Minangkabau society, both in the homeland and diaspora. Conclusion, this studies conclusion that Minangkabau women are key actor in domestic decision making. The whole central roles in education, household, economic, and inherited in public and adat forum. However, women roles are often indirect and strategic, and men formally dominate the pace. Yet through informal communication and negotiation, women influence agenda both family and communication context. By applying agenda setting and culture policy theory, this study saw that discussion making communication in Minangkabau is not solely defined by formal students, but also by women strategies in shaping, negotiating, and legitimizing issue across both domestic and public spheres. Thank you very much for its attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Ria, for a nice presentation. And then this is the last participant, Bapak Henrizal, with an online session. Bapak Henrizal, please.
Halo. Halo, kedengeran suaranya Ibu ya? Oh, baik. Thank you Pak Andri. Baik, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Henrizal, and now I'm a student in Andalas University. Today, I'm honored to present my research entitled Different in Community Satisfaction based on Gender for Padang Hats Embarkation Service. This study explored how gender influence participant and experience of service satisfaction and the Padang Hats embarkation. They provide insight to improvement public service quality and inclusivity. ladies and gentlemen, the Hajj embarkation service, called a very strategic role. They are not only responsible for the technical process of departure, but also for ensuring the comfort, safety, and readiness of every pilgrim before leaving for the Holy Land. In recent years, the Community Satisfaction Index, or IKM, has shown a steady improvement. In 2023, the score was 87.31. In 2024, it rose to 88.20. And in 2025, in years, it's likely increase again to 88.52. This consistent growth indicates the service quality is moving in a positive direction. In the some years, 2025, the total number of pilgrim departing from Padang embarkation reaction 6,380 people. Or this number 2,649 were men, making up about 42%, while 3,659 were women, representing 58% of the total pilgrim. This dominance of female pilgrim highlight an important fact. The analysis of satisfaction based of gender become highly relevant. Understanding this difference will provide valuable insight for designing more responsive and inclusive public service. For problem formulation, the central question of this research is either a difference in the level of satisfaction between male and female pilgrim with the Hajj embarkation service at the Padang embarkation Hajj dormitory. The question and research objective number one, analyze the relationship between gender and service satisfaction. Number two, knowing the difference in the level of satisfaction of male and female pilgrim. And number three, provide input for public service policies that are more responsive and gender inclusive. The research employ quantitative approach with the survey methods. The respondent were 350 pilgrim who depart through the Padang Hajj embarkation. The research instrument was based of the 9 elements of the Community Satisfaction Index, or IKM, as a regulation regulate in the Permenpan RB number 14 in years 2017. These elements are number one, term of service. Number two, service procedure. Number three, service hours. Number four, service fees or rights. Number five, sustainable of service result. Number six, competence of service providers. Number seven, behavior of service provider. Number eight, facility and infrastructure. And number nine, complaint handling. Based on survey result, the level of satisfaction shows some variation between male and female pilgrim. First, the overall score indicates that men are more satisfied with average the 3.58 compared to women at the 3.49. Second, men report higher satisfaction across almost all elements of service, including recruitment, service procedure, service hours, competence, and behavior of service provider. Third, women appear to be more critical, particularly regarding competence and behavior of service provider. This suggests that female pilgrim then to have a higher expectation in this area. Fourth, but men and women consider the element complaint handling as a very good, showing that this aspect of service was highly appreciated across gender. From um, um, from this finding, it is even evident. Evident that gender demographic factor influence perception of satisfaction. This consistent with previous theory. Um, Spatis et al. Theory state that male customers generally have a more positive perception of service quality compared to women. Snipes found the men value the dimension of service justice more highly, and Kotler and Keller emphasized this customer needs and one are closely related to gender difference. Those results confirm the gender is an important factor in evaluating public service quality, particularly in the context of Hajj embarkation service. Now I have a recommendation based on the findings. Several recommendations can be highlighted for the Padang Embarkation Hajj Committee atau PPIH Embarkasi Padang. Number one, increase women involvement in service evaluation and improvement to ensure that their voice and better represent. Number two, provide training for officer to be more responsive to gender needs, particularly in service deliver. Number three, strength interpersonal communication with female pilgrim so that they feel more comfortable and respecting during embarkation process. Number four, develop gender sensitive service strategy, especially in communication, competence, and offer behavior to build a more inclusive service model. And number five, anchored further research, they explore other demographic factors such as age, education, and social status, which might also influence satisfaction. In conclusion, this study implies that gender play a significant role in shaping community satisfaction with Hajj embarkation service by acknowledging there's different and adopting gender sensitive approach, the quality of service can be improved to become more equitable and inclusive. Thank you very much. Thank you for attention.
All right. Thank you, Pak Hendrizal, for the nice presentation. Okay, now we come to the...
Maaf Ibu, suaranya tidak terdengar Ibu.
Cek. Ini? Cek. Ibu Ria. Can you hear me?
Sudah. Thank you Ibu.
Okay, thank you Bapak Hendrizal for the nice presentation. Now I would like to invite the next presenter on site. Yeah, we have 3 participants left. Ibu Revi. Yeah, please Ibu Revi. Time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Novi. Good afternoon, all the participants of the Third International Conference on Gender, Culture, and Society 2025. Today I will share our research. This research part of my dissertation book with Professor Asri Naldi, Dr. Eva Doltaninggo. The entitle is about the Bundo Kanduang value-based communication policy model, women participation in the development of Kubu Gadang rural tourism. Background and problems of our research is about the Kubu Gadang is a rural tourism in Padang Panjang. It's a fascinating example of how a community work hard to bridge policy with practice through collaboration and the revitalization of local values. In this context, women are not just passive participants, but they are a key actor. Figures like Yuliza Zain have successfully driven cultural attraction and support the growth of MSMEs in the tourism village. However, there is still a significant gap. At the present, we don't yet have a public communication policy model that explicitly integrates local values such as Bundo Kanduang, while at the same time recognizing women as a central in a decision-making process. Based on that, our research had four objects. We want to identify the role and participation of women in public communication in Kubu Gadang Tourism Village. And then to explain how Bundo Kanduang values shape communication pattern in local decision making. To analyze women public communication practice in cultural attraction and tourism activities. And the last, to formulate a public communication policy model based on local values and gender equity. Literature review and method. As a theoretically, our study is grounded in public communication policy, women's participation in development, the cultural values of Bundo Kanduang within the Minangkabau matrilineal systems, as well as rural tourism and sustainable tourism competitiveness. We employed participatory communication theory and public policy cycle theory as our framework. And methodologically, this study used a qualitative approach with a ground theory strategy. The research was conducted in Kubu Gadang Tourism Village, Padang Panjang City, West Sumatra, with participants selected through purposive and snowball sampling, particularly female leaders in tourism activity. Data collection include in-depth interview and document review analyzed through grounded theory methodology. Finding and discussion about our research. First, the role of women. Our finding revealed that women are the drivers of cultural attraction and guardians of local identity. They are deeply involved in organizing traditional performance, culinary showcase, and cultural festival. At the same time, they serve a manager of public communication and social space, connecting the community, visitor, and government stakeholders. This position women as both cultural guardians and communication bridge. The second, women communication practice. Women in Kubu Gadang employ communication strategies that are both traditional and modern. They use oral storytelling and cultural narrative to promote tourism while also adopting the digital tools and social media for wider outreach, non-verbal communication through gesture, clothing, clothing, and ritual. This carries symbol meanings rooted in Minangkabau culture. Third, the influence of Bundo Kandung values. Bundo Kandung provide in an ethical and moral compass for communication in Kubu Gadang decision making impact. It was deliberation, consensus, and respect for the elders. Women elders embodying the Bundo Kandung role are actively consult before program are launched, giving cultural legitimacy to decision. These values also shape power relation, allowing a woman to influence the allocation of research, event planning, and the development. In this sense, Bundo Kandung is not just a symbolic. It provides women with a framework and authority in broad communication and leadership. The last is about the policy implication. The finding make it clear that public communication policy model for rural tourism cannot be imposed from the top down. It must integrate local wisdom and gender inclusivity. The women of Kubu Gadang demonstrate that communication is not merely the transfer for information, but a process that's narrative identity, negotiation the interest, and sustaining cultural values. Thus, the ideal policy model should formally recognize women as a decision maker and institutionalist. Bundo Kandung values are guiding principle of tourism communication. In conclusion, women in Kubu Gadang are not just implementers of tourism program. They are initiator of idea, narrator, or of cultural identity, and guardian on continue. The values of Kubu Gadang provide them with moral authority and shape the way communication unfolds within the community. Therefore, our study implies the need for a public communication policy model rooted in local wisdom and gender equity, recognizing women as a central actor in rural tourism development. Thank you for your keen attention. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Brevi, for the great presentation. And then now we have Pak Andri. You have two names here. Yeah, whatever you like. You may choose it. Yes, please. The next participant. Pak Andri, you're such a productive presenter, right? You have a lot of PowerPoint that you have to present. All right.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pijar Salim, and I'm presenting on behalf of our research team from ANDALAS University, which include Mr. Andri Rusta, Mrs. Irawati, Mr. Andik Beni Saputra, and Mr. Kevin Philip. So, today we are honored to share insight from our study entitled Unveiling Hidden Harms, Mapping the Spectrum of Gendered Political Violence in Indonesia. So this presentation explored the often invisible violence faced by women in politics, particularly during Indonesia's 2024 general election. And for the background, next slide. Yeah. And in here, you can see gendered political violence, or GPV, is not just psychical assault. It includes verbal attack, psychological harm, digital harassment, economic control, and also sexual intimidation. Despite increasing female participation in politics, structural and symbolic barrier persist. This barrier normalize violence, silence victims, and hinder genuine political inclusion. Our study aims to uncover these hidden harms, which remain largely overlooked in mainstream discourse and policy. So that's the background from our research. The next slide is research purposes and research question. We have 3 research questions, so we really want to understand or want to explore first what is the prevalence of gendered political violence or GBV. Second, what are the dominant pattern or the main actor to the key from this phenomena? And the third, what are the broader impact or how many impact this violence on individual, institution, and also democracy? So the methodology, or next slide, we use the mixed method approach. We survey 267 women respondent from 5 provinces using cluster random sampling, and also in-depth interview. We have a category: female voter, candidate, election official, gender activist, and academic. So analysis tools, we use SPSS quantitative and NVivo for the qualitative. The theoretical framework is used from the Crook and Restrepo-Sanin, and also Gabriel Bardal. So what we find in our research from our research actually 3 until 6 months we in the field to find our research question. So the results are deeply concerning. We find 76.8% of respondents report experiencing at least one form of political violence. The most common forms were verbal abuse. This you can look in the data, 59.2%, and also from digital harassment is 45.6%. Also psychological violence is 39.3%, even more alarming. So 1 in 4 women experience multiple overlapping type of violence, demonstrating so how GBV is layered and intersectional. So and then the most violence occurred in symbolic and digital forms. From the next slide, we have 2 data from the indonesiabaik.id. In the election 2024, we have 37.7% legislative candidate from the women. So the most violence occur in symbolic and digital forms through anonymous account, meme attacks, deepfakes, and target online campaign. Also, the main actor, the perpetrator, were not just stranger. They include the party member and also opposing supporter, even fellow voter. Cultural norms and internal party hierarchies often protect the actor to abuse and also to be a violence in the election for the women. While victims are discouraged from reporting, fearing reputational backlash or being dismissed as too sensitive. And then the finding 2, the pattern and the perpetrators. The next slide. Most violence occurred in symbolic and digital forms, so that's still same. But we find type of the violence, like I said before, start from the symbolic harassment and digital, and also the protect perpetrator and silent victim. It means the perpetrator is still secure by the system, is be systemic phenomenon of systemic violence, because they have a pattern to use that things to attack the candidate from the woman's candidate in legislative especially. So in short, GBV is systemic, like I said before, persistent and evolving, particularly in the digital age. We propose 3 key recommendations. First, to institutionalize stronger protection in electoral law and party code of ethics. Second, mainstream gender-sensitive election monitoring, including GPV indicator. And the last one, empower civil society watchdogs to support victims and hold parties accountable. So the conclusion, last slide. This the conclusion and recommendation. The point is, from this forum, I just want to say the purpose or the dream to make equality between men and women, especially in the politics, still be our same political will or same vision. So this is not just the researchers or the academic or the activist woman responsibility, but this be our responsibility to make a more better arena for the political battle, especially in Indonesia, because we have a democracy system. And yeah, finally, I want to say this our responsibility together, and we must still concern and more discuss about this topic like today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pijar, for a nice presentation. And then the last one for on-site participant, please. Oh yeah, Pak Emri. Please welcome Pak Emri.
Oke, baik. Alright, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So we meet again. Actually, because I have some responsibility for my what we call it for my duty, because first one is for Bima, and then the second one is for FISIP, and the previous one is for my dissertation. Okay, Ibu Bapak, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I would like to present about Beyond the Ballot Box, Gender Perception of Policy Responsiveness in Padang 2024 Local Election. This project is a joint effort with colleagues from Ubon Ratchathani University, Miss Darune Pumkau. It is present as part of ICGCS. As the heart of this study is simple but is critical question. The question is, are the campaign promise truly reflect in policy, and do women and men perceive this promise differently? Why these studies matter? Local election in Indonesia are filled with political promise. However, few studies examine whether their promise actually materialized into implement policy. Even fewer ask how gender shape policy perception. Do men and women experience responsiveness differently? The study addressed two key gaps. Do voters perceive a match between their needs and political promise, and are those promises formally embedded in Padang 2025 until 2029 RPJMD? The research question, we posed three main research questions. What are the top policy priorities according to the gender? How do men and women perceive the congruence between pledge and needs? Are campaign pledge embedded in the RPJMD? We use a mixed method approach. First is gender disaggregate perception survey across Padang, pledge tracking from debate, social media and campaign flyer, and full document analysis of RPJMD to meet the embed pledge. Key finding, first, there are clear gender difference in priority. If we, next slide please. Next. Okay, thank you. If we see, women emphasize health, education and MSME support, while men highlight infrastructure and public safety. Second, women express higher satisfaction when pledge address their everyday needs. However, both gender remain skeptic about long-term implementation. So if we see the the bar, you can see that the woman will focus on the everyday needs like BPJS and then another economic need. Meanwhile, the man will focus in infrastructure. Next slide. Then the pursuit of congruence, we can see as well that men and women have different trusts about the long-term implementation. Next, pledge to plan analysis. We then map pledge into the official RPJMD. Many promise were indeed formally embedded into strategic program like Padang Juara, basic service like education, health, social protection, UMKM naik kelas, economic empowerment through MSME, and then Padang Sigap, disaster preparedness, and then risk mitigation, Padang Melayani, participatory development planning. This show a strong institutional translation from campaign rhetoric to policy framework. But then what does this tell us? First, gender responsive congruence is achievable, but only if pledges are traceable, perception are here, and planning is participatory. Second, local government must build feedback loops based on gender disaggregate data, establish mechanism to monitor pledge implementation, invest in inclusive planning and budgeting process legitimacy. In this view, I sustain beyond the ballot. Next slide. Next. Okay. The limitation of this study, of course, the study has its limitation. It focused only on Padang City. Survey coverage and time frame were limited, while RPJMD analysis doesn't yet capture budget execution. Nonetheless, the finding over an important lesson. To build trust, policy must align with life experience, especially through a gender lens. I think the woman, if we discuss about the next please, if we see the verbatim anchor from this between the pledge or the promise and compared to RPJMD mapping, so we can see that everything is in line. But then we have the problem that some indicator of this promise is just like normal indicator. They don't fit to full and to deep indicator from the what we call it, from the promise itself. So if you want to win the competition, like in election or like in the local election, so you must give a good promise to be based on the gender. That's the main result of this research. I think that's all from us. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, this is a really hard to decide because we have fabulous participants even today until right now 3:49 p.m. But mostly the old participants still energetic to deliver their presentation. All right, so now we come to Q&A session. So I invite, please, anyone. Okay, actually, I'm interested with Mr. Pijar presentation that related to NVivo, right? So while we're waiting to another participant make a great question for another participant, I'd like to ask you one question, right? Are there any obstacles in implementing NVivo in your research? Yeah, please, Mr. Pijar.
All right, thank you very much for the great question, especially in this research. Yeah, indeed, I have a lot of obstacles actually, especially when we want to meet with another informant. But one of the obstacle we find in the field, especially me, my locus in Yogyakarta, with Mr. Andik Beni Saputra, we have 3 days in there, only 3 days to college the data about this research. So first obstacle we find the schedule between the informant with the researcher. It's really hard to match the schedule because one of them is candidate in legislative, also have many activity, political activity. Especially I interview with Frida Mustikasari, he's from Nasdem, and really hard to find the match schedule with her, with Mrs. Frida, but finally we can find a good momentum to interview, to collect our data. On the other hand, the obstacle is about we want to explore more in depth about this research question, but unfortunately sometimes the politician or the woman who affiliate with some parties not totally share the idea. I don't know why, but so the data we collect is still need more discourses, I think, to make the data is more measured. But luckily, we have another cluster or classification with the informant. We have the activist gender and also the academic. So we can make like a triangulation or mix and match the answer from the another informant. So we find the obstacle like that, and finally we find to the solution. And yeah, the perspective from the academics and also the gender activists will be more help to our question. And we really wonder with some things to really explore about the question and get the struggle with the politician. But luckily, like I said before, we find the answer from the activist gender and the academics. Example like what a really challenge from the legislative woman candidate in the election. The most of them will answer the economic research. The economic research or the money research will be the struggle or obstacle, and finally implication, the underestimate from the voter. The voter will be underestimate the woman legislative candidate because they didn't have enough research economics. So the implication, the mindset from the voter really didn't totally respect with all of them because the voter didn't get anything from they choose that candidate. So yeah, that's one of the struggle or obstacle we find, but finally we can solve the struggle, and yeah, we can collect the data. Is really good, I think, especially in Yogyakarta. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pija. So yeah, please, Ibu Revi, time is yours.
Aku mau tanya ke Pak Andri. Based on your data, effectively highlight the distinct policy priorities between men and women, demonstrating that issues women prioritas, such as education, health, have a high level of resilience. You also note that this program platform, which align with citizen concern, are formally embedded in the 2025 until 2029 regional medium term in the RPJMD. My question, given that this campaign promise, campaign promise are now codified in an official document like the RPJMD, what a specific accountability and oversight mechanism can be put in place to ensure their pledges are actually translated into concrete action and tangible budget? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Bu Revi. Actually, I cannot answer that because if you want to find whether the RPJMD are implement by the OPD, what is OPD? By the institution, by the city institution, you must find out in Renstra OPD. But because this is the only early finding, only early finding in our research, we still haven't do the research to find out the RP Renstra OPD. But actually the question is very good, whether it's just finished, it's just put on RPJMD, and how about the implementation. Actually, if we find out from another province or another city or municipality, you can find that every promise that the candidate give to the people will be congruent with their RPJMD. But sometimes when they implement the RPJMD, they forgot about the RPJMD, especially in Padang. The Padang right now, they have some problems because they have a deficit in budget. I don't know how much, but meanwhile the promise from the mayor, Mr. Fadli Amran, need very require very big amount of budget. So the problem then, how can Kota Padang will implement their promise except in RPJMD. So the RPJMD is good, but then if you want to find out whether it will be implemented or not, you must find out in the Renstra and in yearly budget of this institution. But for our research, we still didn't do that because at that time this research, the APBD is still ongoing, and we don't have any document to analyze that. I think that's my answer. Thank you.
Mungkin pakai bahasa. Saya mau nanya ke Bu Ria. Masih online Bu Rianya?
Ibu Ria, are you still there?
Ya Bu Revi, silakan Bu Revi.
Oke. Berdasarkan presentasi Bu Ria tadi, ada tentang pengambilan keputusan dalam masyarakat Minangkabau. Nah, ini sangat menarik ya, bagaimana peran yang berbeda antara perempuan di ranah dan di rantau begitu ya. Bu Ria juga menyebutkan bahwa perempuan di ranah itu kan memiliki peranan yang dominan dalam urusan rumah tangga, warisan ya. Sementara forum adat itu didominasi oleh laki-laki. Nah, di sisi lain Bu Ria juga menunjukkan bahwa perempuan di rantau memiliki partisipasi yang lebih luas dalam organisasi sosial, budaya dan ekonomi ya, serta lebih sering mereka menjadi pengambil keputusan. Ini adalah dua hal yang berbeda. Pertanyaan saya, apakah peran kepemimpinan perempuan di rantau ini mempengaruhi cara perempuan di ranah bernegosiasi atau mendapatkan pengaruh dalam forum adat yang itu didominasi oleh laki-laki? Nah, jika demikian, bagaimana mekanismenya begitu Bu Ria? Bagaimana perannya itu seperti apa? Mungkin itu yang saya tanyakan, karena ini menarik sekali kajian dari Bu Ria. Terima kasih Bu Novi.
Ya, Ibu Ria, you may answer directly. Thank you Ibu Ria.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Revi Martas. Saya izin jawab bahasa Indonesia juga ya Bu Revi ya. Tadi sempat kita menjelaskan juga dalam konteks ranah dan rantau karena berbagai isu yang dapat kita lihat dalam penelitian ini, baik itu di ranah maupun rantau. Kalau kita bicara isu penelitian dalam kajian ini sendiri, maka kita dapat melihat isu di ranah yang mana saya mengambil di sini Kabupaten Tanah Datar yang menjadi topik sentralnya, kemudian isu di rantau ada di Jabodetabek. Nah, tadi dari pertanyaan Bu Revi, bagaimana mekanisme peran perempuan rantau itu sendiri, karena udah kebebasan berpendapat sudah ada ketika kita ada di rantau. Nah, kita lihat sendiri dari konteks rantau itu, di perantauan misalnya Jabodetabek itu sendiri, ikatan adat tidak sekuat yang ada di Tanah Minang, walaupun mereka punya ikatan, kalau di Jabodetabek itu ikatan keluarga Kabupaten Tanah Datar itu sendiri. Itu yang pertama, itu konteksnya. Kemudian struktur ninik mama dan penghulu tidak selalu berfungsi formal. Kemudian ada hal yang memberi ruang lebih besar lagi bagi perempuan untuk berperan secara langsung. Nah, jadi mekanisme perempuan di rantau itu berjalan melalui penguatan fungsi domestik itu sendiri, Bu Revi. Ekspansi ke ruang publik seperti organisasinya, ekonomi, sosial, serta prestasinya nilai adat yang lebih fleksibel dibandingkan ranah asalnya tadi di Minang, di Kabupaten Tanah Datar itu sendiri. Nah, di sini dapat kita bedah melalui agenda setting, siapa yang menentukan isu itu sendiri, itu di ranah, kemudian dari kultural polisinya kita adat itu sendiri dapat membentuk yang namanya keputusan. Karena longgarnya sebuah adat yang ada di perantauan, sehingga hal tersebut lebih mendominasi terhadap organisasi ekonomi serta sosial yang ada di perantauan, Bu Revi. Terima kasih, Bu Revi.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Ria. It seems that you are really expertise with your research, Ibu Ria. All right, so if anyone still wants to give a question to another participant, please. Enough? All right. So allow me to conclude today's discussion. So our discussion today not only highlight theoretical perspectives, but also shed light on practical challenges and policy implications across diverse contexts. It is through such conversation that we may envision more inclusive political systems, responsive public policies, and transformative pathway toward social justice. On behalf of my organizing committee, I would like to sincerely thank you to our distinguished participants for their insightful presentations and thought-provoking perspective. Your contributions have helped us to deepen our understanding on how gender, politics, and intersectionality shape both policies and lived experiences. Thank you. I think I have to give it back to the committee. Alright. Saya kembalikan ke panitia karena sudah tidak ada lagi, saya kira. Alright. So this is a great time to be with you all. And then this is my great honor to be with you all in this special moment in ICGCS 20 and 25. And also we have our own chairman here in our station, Bapak Andri. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And then I want to say good luck for all of us. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.